afternoon, one and all, and welcome to the Division 1 finals for Valence League between Aeon Gaming and Child Protective Services. I am Jika.
And I am Doper Student.
And we'll be bringing you full coverage of this best of 5 for the title of the first division. So, two titans of teams going up against each other today. Both done very well throughout the split, as far as I can remember. And it'll be one of those games where we're looking at possibly seeing them duke it out every minute of the game, if the aggression so calls for it.
Yeah, really hoping it goes to 5 games. Great teams, both of them.
Absolutely. So to give an update on the rosters for both sides, for anybody watching, Aeon Gaming are playing with Spike, Pyro Tom, Trolulu, Key and Lamps on their main roster with a Drager, Lycaon, and Obsidian on the bench, whereas Child Protective Services have Gekno, Kibo, Luxor, Apo, and Crown with Josh Thorleif, Hydro Tom, and I Love Girls XD on their bench. So we shall see if any of the subs get pulled in at any point. However, it looks to me like we could just be seeing the two main rosters battle it out for 5 games straight.
Yeah, and I think it's usually rare for the subs to see any game time. That's my experience, at least. So I am expecting the two lineups to duke it out here.
We shall see very, very shortly. I believe we will be in Champ Select very soon. But just to give a little bit of an idea, there are a couple of previous winners on, at least on the Child Protective Services roster. So it'll be interesting to see if they can hold their title at the end of this best of 5, and whether they will come out victorious or whether Aeon Gaming will sweep it away from under their feet.
So any predictions, Zika?
I think we will see 5 games, but it's difficult to call which team it goes to. Really, both teams are very good, so it'll be who's playing better on the day. I can give you a definitive answer after game 1.
Okay. I see.
How about yourself? Any predictions?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you. I think both teams are pretty close in skill up, both very good for Div 1. I think really the key to this series is going to be the mid-jungle dynamic. I think both mid laners are very solid, and I'm really looking forward to the 2v2, basically. That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of explosive fights, both in the bot lane and in the mid jungle 2v2 between these two teams. There's some friendly trash talk going on. However, looking more towards draft, what are you expecting to see for the first phase bans? Any predictions? Any power picks you think need to be taken away?
Yeah, I think what we're likely to see is we're going to see the Vayne ban probably coming out from Aeon. Apo's Vayne has been consistently banned. So I'm expecting to see the Vayne ban. I'm expecting to see as well whether Aeon are going to touch Luxor's kind of core comforts. I know Luxor's tends to stick with his Rise, Corki, Victor. Wondering whether Aeon's going to try and narrow his pool a little. As for CPS, I do think LeBlanc is likely to be contested this series. I think Kibo really likes playing around mid lane, and denying Ruben the LeBlanc, which is a very safe and powerful mid laner, might be something that CPS are going to look toward. I don't know though, but based on Aeon's previous games and from what I've been hearing in scrims, Trolulu's been playing a lot of LeBlanc. I think it's very strong in the mid 2v2. I think it's also something that avoids jungle pressure very well. So I'm expecting to see LeBlanc to get picked or to get banned this series.
That would make sense, being one of the stronger mid-laners, not only just in her safety, but in the meta as a whole, been very highly contested throughout pretty much every league. The Ziggs may also be something we see contested. I'm not sure if either of these bot lanes play it, but it would definitely be an interesting one to see come out.
I agree with you on that point. So Key has pulled off the Ziggs in previous matches. It's something that Aeon are perfectly capable of drafting towards. I do wonder as well if we're going to see TF, because I know Tralulu really likes to play the AD TF when they draft Ziggs for Key.
And being an off-meta pick, it could throw Luxor for 6 in the lane phase. Of course, doesn't quite have the same strength in lane phase as APTF does, but definitely scales just as well.
Yeah. And it looks like we're about to go into draft.
That we are. So, let's see if this ban phase plays out just as we expected. Child Protective Services will be on the blue side this game, with Aeon Gaming on the red, as we look for the first ban coming out from CPS. Probably the LeBlanc, as we spoke about, but Ashe, very strong at the moment. Shield Bow, Wit's End, a very strong build, and shows that maybe looking to go towards a more AP-centric bot lane, so the Wit's End would have a lot of value.
This makes sense too, because Key has been playing a lot of Ashe and Varus, so maybe CPS are thinking of targeting Key's champ pool.
Absolutely. Responded with the Vayne, as you so rightly mentioned, Apo. Very good, very consistent on the Vayne. So just take that away and make sure he doesn't have that as an option. It also opens up tanks as a viable draft strategy for Aeon. Vayne, really the only AD carry who can melt through those tanks as things stand, unless you go something like the on-hit Varus, as Xerath and Corki come out to match.
Yeah, pretty standard bans based on the mid laner champ pools. Xerath is a key champion for Tralulu, Corki a comfort for Luxor, so it's expected.
And welcome, in fact, some very boring champions to watch from my experience. Corki and Xerath both tend to put you to sleep, so I'm not complaining at either of those bans as the Fiora comes through away from Spike.
He's known for split pushing on Fiora, so. But I wonder banning it in the first rotation, what CPS are thinking here.
As the Lee Sin is then taken away. Of course, still viable in both solo lanes as well as the jungle, but does take priority in this jungle. Now, Viego is open. Trundle is open, as are Diana and Xin Zhao. So we have the trifecta of junglers, because Diana's kind of fallen off. The Ornn will come in as a first pick. Safe pick. Not a fan of taking it first, but
yeah. I don't like the first rotation, or even blind picking on, first pick, is it that valuable? Still, it is a safe pick.
With Mordekaiser still open as well. Could not be a fun game for this Ornn, to say the least, as Aeon will take the Trundle first. So first picking this Ornn already gives the Trundle a lot of value, and it takes Xin Zhao and Viego.
Top tier jungler right now. Really good pick.
It takes both Viego and Xin Zhao out of the game. So it'll be interesting to see what Kibo goes for in this jungler. The Lee Sin, really the only thing you can play into the Trundle and do well, or at least in terms of the matchup itself. Braum will be taken second, so committing to more of a slow-paced bot lane, more defensive. Does give support counter pick over to CPS, but when you're picking the Braum, it's not a huge issue, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree.
So what responses are we going to see from CPS here? What are they like to... Okay. What are they like to pick here?
It's not the best pick into Trundle, but I think it's difficult, really, because Xin Zhao is still a top-tier jungler, and Luxor is going to be playing AP, so he didn't really have that many top-tier options.
That's a blind pick Victor. Don't mind me, I choked on water because I saw it was a blind pick Victor. Interesting choice.
That is interesting because now Ruben's gonna have counterpick mid
And LeBlanc's
before
open.
second rotation bans.
And LeBlanc is open.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they're choosing to hold their bot lane picks this late. They could have got free support counter pick.
Okay.
And the flex pick in the Ziggs comes out. This can go in either lane, and it's going to be
see.
hell. The Vayne has been taken away, which signifies this may be going bot lane. Vayne is one of the bigger counters to Ziggs. Not only is Appa very consistent on it, but it is one of the bigger counters to Ziggs because of the condemn, because you can just kind of run him down and dodge his poke with relative ease. Varus also taken away, another Wit's End AD carry.
Yeah. One of the few ADCs that can match Ziggs' wave clear as well. So it was a good ban.
So, in terms of like AD carries that can go this Wit's End build, you've taken away 2 of them. CPS have taken away 1 of them. You're struggling, as the LeBlanc is taken away for CPS, as you so rightly mentioned. The Lulu also taken away. So this final ban will determine the direction this game will go towards.
Yeah, really wondering what Aeon are going to pick for mid lane here.
Well, you can go for safe, you can go like Syndra, Orianna, or you can go for a more skill-based matchup, as the Tristana is taken away. Also flexible between that mid lane and the bot lane, so this Ziggs doesn't really give too much away.
Are we going to really see Kayle?
It's not a bad matchup into the Ornn. It's actually quite free for the Kayle if the Ornn plays it wrong.
Very interesting. I haven't seen Spike play the Kayle before.
One of my first casts. Oh, it's almost as if I'm casting again the same game again. So we had Kled into Kayle and it didn't end very well. Yeah, so a very go forwards comp here, but you want an AD carry who can match that. You want an AD carry who can run forwards. So I'll be interested to see what AD pick they take for mid AD carry here. As we look to CPS, that could go either.
Yes, it could go either. Okay. Looks like Appa is really thinking about which ADC to play here.
I'm holding my tongue. Makes sense. Poke lane with the Seraphine, safety from pretty much everybody. However, they have just revealed their hand a bit too early. This Ziggs most likely going in the bot lane now, considered the better or the best matchup into the Ezreal is the Ziggs.
Yeah, it's an extremely strong pick into Ezreal because Ziggs will get wave, will get the push, will get the priority bar. He's gonna get the platings.
Jace mid. I like this. So, Dope Student, talk me through what do these teams want to do? What are the win conditions, and how do they play the first 5 minutes of the game?
Seeing the swaps, yeah. As I said before, both teams coming into this game have shown a lot of strong kind of playing around the mid laner. Certainly, CPS Kibo loves to play around Luxor, so I've always thought mid jungle that's going to be a strong point of contention. We see the Xin Zhao jungle very strong early, but as you pointed out, I do think Trundle has the better matchup, and the Jace is going to be a very strong pick early. Can get mid prior on Victor, gives lovely damage. And what we're going to see here, really, I think, is CPS probably going to be looking towards trying to play a weak side bot and get advantages in mid lane, while I expect Aeon to really be pushing with Ziggs, trying to get all those platings. Jace can get prio mid, and we're going to see how they rotate around the map.
Absolutely, and on the topic of on the point of Xin Zhao being an early game jungler, you don't really have a lane you can play to. Victor is a scaling champion. Ezreal, Seraphine both scale, and the Ornn, don't think you ever kill the Kled in the 2v1. And Trundle if he is aware that the only lane this Xin Zhao can really look to try and make a successful play in is this top lane, he can shadow the Clyde very easily. He doesn't need to be anywhere else on the map to have impact because it's winning lanes for both his mid and his bot lane. So it'll be interesting to see how Pyro Tom can play to try and shut Kibo down.
Yeah.
And whether or not we will see Kibo looking to gank his mid lane and his bot lane, or if he is just going to say no and play entirely around this Ornn.
I think you're spot on about the lack of gank setup for CPS. I think it would be strange to see Xin Zhao pathing towards bot this game, because the Ezreal and Seraphine are just not going to offer anything until at least 6. So I expect him to play more around top side, but we'll see.
Of course, Victor not really having too much damage until he gets his first evolution. Maybe if there's a trade in the jungle and the Victor pick up a kill or an assist, we might see him come online a little bit earlier, but we are looking at, I believe it's about 10 minutes with no kills or assists for that first evolution. But we will be in game very shortly. Spec delay for competitive integrity is just coming to a close, so we will start to load in very soon. I think you've heard the win conditions very well. My biggest query is, will we see an invade from either of these teams, or at least a level 1 scrap anywhere on the map?
Yeah, I wonder. I think Braum has a very strong invade, but there's not that much in the way of level 1 CC on Aeon.
My thinking is, with the Braum concussive blows, you have Trundle, who can chomp to the auto reset. You have Jace, who can use his hypercharge to get 3 very quick autos off. It doesn't really affect his lane either, because he doesn't need his Q to poke the Victor out.
Yeah.
So we could see a level 1 come through here. I think their damage it doesn't leave much to be desired.
Yeah, they have very strong level 1 damage on Aeon's side.
And now we will see if there's any interesting things in the runes or summoner spells as we start to load in to the game.
So while we're waiting for that, Zeke, oh, yeah, it pops up.
Just casually waiting for it to show up. There we go. No out of place runes. About what you would expect from everybody.
Pretty standard setups.
Yeah. Summoners, about what you would expect, as are the runes.
So which team do you think has won draft here?
Aeon. Personally, I think Aeon, they have a better identity, they have a lot more early game pressure, they scale quite well, whereas CPS, they leave a lot to be desired in this early game, with no real lane for the Xin Zhao to gank and snowball. And yes, they scale, but if you're being stuffed over by Kled, Trundle, Jace permanently, things could look scary. Things could look difficult for you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm inclined to think Aeon's got the better of the draft here, but I will have to say, I think Jace mid is not the most easy champ to pilot, because if you do ever get ganked and fall behind, it's gonna start getting harder, isn't it? So
it will indeed. Oh, and we're immediately into a pause.
My only worry for Aeon is that, I think the Victor, Ezreal, and Seraphine, I think they all scale very well as well. And I do think that if Aeon don't get a lead, the game might become more difficult. But Ziggs and Jace, they still scale very well, so we'll see.
Yes, they do. Remember to just pause at 10 seconds for the sake of syncing. There we go. Yeah.
Yep.
And we are on the Rift as we I'd imagine we just see 5-point cover. We could see the level 1 from Aeon, but it's risky, to say the least.
Yeah.
So standard cover. It's a basic maneuver of keeping your jungle safe from invades, getting some early vision if you can press it. Trululu looking to trade with Kibo, who's walked up into this middle lane. Lamps did take some in return from Apo, but for the large part, I think it'll be a pretty quiet first couple of minutes. I think the first 5 minutes will just be farming, so we can kind of talk about maybe jungle pathing. So we are seeing both of these junglers look to start on the bottom side of the map. So it will both be pathing towards this top lane, which is what we had expected.
Yep. Melee against melee. Very often you expect both junglers to look to that top lane. That's kind of volatile lane, which is going to have some fights. Although, oh look, so Aeon hasn't given Trundle the leash, which makes sense. They're going to have an even easier time hitting level 2 first, getting that push in early.
They will, and of course with Trundle's clear speed, he doesn't really need the leash anyway. His Q healing plus the auto reset just means he clears just as fast as Xin Zhao, who has opted out of going for his Krugs. Which is an interesting path. I feel like Xin Zhao was one of the... Oh, nope, he just decided to path to Raptors first, so he's not going to be in this top side as fast as Pyro Tom will be.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what his plan is here. Perhaps he's gonna look for an early move, middle bot.
Looks like... yeah, that could be an option, but of course Trundle skipped out on his wolves. So he is already in this top side, and with the Ornn having the pressure, we could see an early gank come in this top lane. Crown taking a lot of poke in the bot lane as well, exactly what you would expect from a Braum Ziggs lane. But Pyro Tom is looking to get into this top lane.
Gank.
Looking to get into this top lane as the dash is used. Doesn't quite proc the bear trap on a rope. Well played from Gekno in this top lane to avoid that gank. But Kibo's going to lose his top side because they know he's on the bot lane. They just caught him on a ward. The only thing he can take is the wolves. Pyro Tom it's free real estate in this top side jungle.
Yeah, and with Xin Zhao's clear speed, he's really going to be behind in tempo a lot. That was always the risk of taking the path that he did.
Looks like going for a bit more of a split map, but you don't win the split map, which is the biggest concern for Kibo here. You split the map towards your bot lane, but you can't fight with your bot lane very easily.
It's very difficult to dive with an Ezreal Seraphine this early. So
it is indeed.
I totally agree.
Both scuttles have been taken by one per jungler. As Trululu went for the early cheater recall, picked himself up a tier, and already with the cull from the start. Not looking to take any early trades in this lane, as the bear trap on a rope does land onto Gekno. The dash away will not quite be enough, as Pyro Tom is back in this top lane. Gekno has to flash to safety. The pillar comes in, but it knocks him away.
Yeah,
safe once again.
It's going to be difficult for Gekno now. It's going to be difficult, especially if the junglers maintain this split map.
Absolutely. Kibo is back in this top side, but only has one camp to clear, which it puts him even with the Trundle, but the Trundle has his entire top side to take still, so you're going to be at least 2 camps down. You still haven't backed as Trululu taking Luxor very, very low in that exchange in the middle lane.
He's trading aggressively, but Xin Zhao's looking for possible gank, maybe.
The Shock Blast will land and take him very low, as Kibo looks in to try and force the fight, maybe clean up a kill here. W will land. Audacious charge, not quite used to flash over the wall from Trululu. Meanwhile, there's a fight in the top lane as Spike does land the better up on the rope onto Gekno. Again, no dash to save himself as Trululu also going very low. Lamps flashing to try and save his mid laner. Manages to succeed as the Audacious charge forward thanks to the wind becomes lightning.
Yeah.
First blood goes down to Crown onto this mid laner as they still continue to chase Lamps. True shot.
Wow.
Mystic shot will land. It's a double kill for the support of CPS. And Gekno got out alive in the top side. Well played from CPS.
Great series of events for CPS. And now they're looking to take the first Inferno.
Infernal having just come up less than a minute ago. Already getting this Drake under your belt with the pressure you have in your bot lane is a very, very smart move.
This is my fear seeker with the Jace pick. That, you know, this is a very strong mid laner, but it's difficult to pilot. When you do play aggressively, you put yourself at risk to ganks, and that's exactly what happened.
You do as Gekno taking Spike, very low. Spike will flash a safety. Gekno taking a turret shot. The pillar will slow him for now. He is running behind enemy lines though, as Pyrotom is looking for something. Meanwhile, Lamps is coming to the mid lane to help Trululu try it and kill Luxor as the Q does land onto a minion as the Unbreakable comes up and the Chaos Storm is doing a lot of work. Kibo is here and Gekno is just going to execute. Everything is falling to pieces in this early game for Aeon Gaming.
Yeah, the gank on Victor just failed. I mean, Victor had the level advantage, he had the ult, he still had flash.
But it does not matter as Trululu looking to go in again. Wind Becomes Lightning does not quite hit, meaning the Audacious Charge will not follow through. But had that landed, that could have been another death on the Jace, which is scary.
Exactly. I mean, the only consolation, I suppose, is that Jace is ahead in CS. He still has his TP. It's not the worst series of events, but certainly CPS have gotten the upper hand so far.
Absolutely, which is exactly against what we said would happen based on the draft, and I am happy to eat my words on this occasion because CPS have been playing phenomenally so far to get themselves this early game lead.
I'm now beginning to turn my attention towards the top side of the map. You know, Rift Herald spawns at 8 minutes. I wonder if any team is going to be looking for the early Rift Herald rotation.
Doesn't seem so, as both bot lanes are heading back into this bot lane. We could just see an outright 3v3 duke it out for it. Of course, one of the supports could choose to move relatively early. There is another 8 seconds until it spawns, so no team is going to look to do it on spawn.
And I think this makes sense too, because I think Aeon are probably looking to keep Ziggs bot lane in any event, just to get the platings. But we'll see.
Absolutely, and of course, if he does have to roam, he has that Mega Inferno Bomb very, very soon that he can use from a good ways away. Trululu taking a very good trade onto Luxor here. But yeah, the vision in the top side for Aeon is plentiful. So even if CPS wanted to go for this Herald, they could not do so without alerting the enemy team. As Spike looking to go into the enemy jungle here, try and get information on what camps are up, where Kibo could be. Of course, his entire top side is available. Pyrotom is aware. Gekno looking to just try and keep vision, get rid of any information that could be given about his jungler's whereabouts. But it's difficult. Pyrotom on this bot side, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see CPS go for this Herald.
Yep.
Of course, Spike having just taken his back. Trululu is pushed in, so it could be an angle. However, it looks like Luxor just going for vision. Maybe looking to see if he can find an angle on her own, but can't quite yet. Kibo is looking for this Herald. Pyrotom is on the top side now, and I believe Kibo was caught on that control ward placed by Trululu, as we do see an exchange start to break out. As the pillar is down, the subjugate has been popped. The Crescent Guard comes through, trying to keep himself safe. The charge will not quite land, but it forces Kibo off this objective. We are looking to see a 3v3 very shortly, but it depends on how soon this objective melt. Kibo opting to give it up.
They're not contesting it, it looks like. CPS are not contesting it.
Understandable. You wasted Subjugate, you wasted the charge. No summoners were blown from anybody besides Kibo, but ultimately that's not a bad trade for CPS. You've taken down 2 big ultimates, so pressure on this top side has been alleviated for now. Of course, Aeon with Call of the Forge God still can keep himself safe, especially without the Subjugate or the charge to fight him down to size. So Crown going very low from the poke.
It'll be interesting to see where Pyrotom decides to place his first Herald. I'd expect him to want to bust open bot lane.
As there is a fight on the top side, Spike going very low. The Call of Forge comes through. It's a solo kill for Gekno in the top lane in a matchup that does not favour him. Very well played.
It's a solo bolo for Gekno. He's been playing very well.
Indeed, he has. He opted into the blind pick Aeon, and it has paid nothing but dividends so far, besides the single execute that happened earlier on. Meanwhile, Trululu going very low. The Chaos Storm will take him very low, but the Wind Becomes Lightning lands onto the Encore. Only lands onto Lance, and he will give his life as forfeit to Apo to save his jungler. This second Drake is up, and it looks like it will be forfeit as CPS pick up that second Drake of the game. As Key goes very low, Apo just murders him. And Trululu taking a tower shot as well. There is no mana. Flashes come out from both mid laners. Meanwhile, Kibo uses the Wing of Become a Lightning to get closer to Trululu as the gate will come out and speed him to safety.
And CPS are just rolling Aeon over so far.
Showing large map dominance as Apo looking not quite able to find anything. But Gekno already back on this fighting train with Spike in the top lane.
They've got 2 Drakes in bot lane. It wasn't what I expected when I saw the drafts, but CPS are having a good amount of control so far.
Hey, if it works, it works. We can't complain. We're getting to see good League of Legends. Bear trap with a rope. Oh, that's painful. A Kled trying to fight after the bear trap on a rope has missed. You just know it's over. So this bot wave has actually just pushed back into Key. So the bot lane of CPS are losing nothing by being out of lane here. And Pyrotom on this top side, I don't think they can really ever do much. The only AP is in the bot side, so Aeon is very happy to just stack armor and survive.
I mean, the problem now is that, especially in mid lane, as we've seen, Victor can just 1v1 the Jace now when he has his ulti up. So it's very difficult for Aeon to get mid prior.
It is, and Crown doing some massive poke here with this Seraphine. Opting for what I would assume to be either Moonstone or Shirelia's, as Luxor and Crown looking to try and make a play onto Lamps. Can't quite catch him, but Apo in the bot lane just 1v1 in Key, as a Shock Blast does land onto Kibo, hits him straight in the face as Pyrotom is there to follow. The Crescent Guard comes out to keep him safe. Call of the Forge God also used to keep him safe. That's 2 big ultimates used with... It leaves susceptibility on this top side of the map.
It does. It does. Oh, and we see Pyrotom popping the Rift Herald mid.
Gonna get a charge off, but that is all it shall do. That is 2 plates worth of gold and will not take the tower. It looks like the bot lane just wants to reset. They will lose a wave to it. They are gonna lose
experience here, but Ziggs has been denied plating gold, which is, I think, has been crucial.
That he has, as another fight in this top lane. It looks like this one will just be a wet null fight. Meanwhile, Trululu going very, very low. So one more tick will take him down, but he's managed to outspeed it massively. Luxor choosing to move away there, losing speed on the ultimate. Oh, the true shot barrage from downtown. It's the 3rd kill of the game for Apo, as he is looking to make a splash on this Ezreal.
Yeah, now Ezreal has 3 kills. He's looking very, very strong now.
Of course, for Trululu, not the position you want to be in. Dead again. Losing XP, losing minions. You're you're already down in gold thanks to the assist that your enemy laner has. You've still got the coal yet to sell, which has since been finished, and your tier is nowhere near fully stacked.
Yeah, I was surprised by the Jace pick. I think it's a very difficult pick, and as we see, if you don't get a lead with Jace, the game just becomes really hard.
That it does, and we're seeing that firsthand now, as we're going to fall into a bit of a lull state. Drake's up in a minute, Herald's up in half a minute. We could see fights break out. I think CPS are definitely in a position to say, yeah, we'll fight you for this. And maybe look to put themselves on soul point, maybe look to grab themselves the second Herald and take out a tower and get first tower of the game. As Trululu is taking Luxor very low, but Jesus, the damage coming out of this Victor is insane. I criticized the blind Victor pick in draft, and I am being proven time and time again this game that I was wrong to doubt CPS.
Yep, I mean, he can handshake these trades against the Jace. And then when he has ulti, he has kill threat. Very difficult.
Oh, that he does. Kibo looking to just cover his mid laner so he can get back to base safely. Trululu could look to take a trade, but we'll decide against it as the Drake is spawning and Pyrotom is in a position to want to take it. Crown and Apo doing what they can, but it is a 5v4 as things stand. Crown taking a lot of damage from the Ziggs and Spike pushing off Luxor and Kibo for now. The Call of the Forge God will come in as Spike is dismounted. It will tag onto 2. Spike is very, very low as Kibo will take 1. The Encore lands onto another. That's 2 very quick kills for CPS, and the Drake hasn't fallen below 4,000 health yet. Key Pyrotom and Lamps are the only ones left as Present Guard does come out from Kibo. The only person who can hit him is Pyrotom. The subject is doing massive damage, but it does not matter. Luxor will take another. It is a 2v5 for Lamps and Key as they just have to run for the hills as CPS go to soul points.
That is an excellent result for CPS. They're on soul point, they're winning these team fights, and quite frankly, at this stage in the game, I think that they're just going to outscale Aeon now.
That they will. 22 minutes will be the point for soul contention in this game. And unless Aeon can find a couple of kills, I don't think they are in a position to contest it. The Herald, the next objective on the map. CPS could be willing to give it up, could be willing to ignore it. We shall see very, very soon, but...
And I think that Drake fight really came down to the fact that Spike, I think, just went in a little too early. He got separated from the rest of his team. I wonder if what he was thinking was to distract CPS, delay them, and then for the rest of his team to focus to Drake. But that wasn't what happened.
That was not what happened at all. The entire team, barring Key, followed up on the fight, and it did not end well. But, again, we have to sing the praises of CPS here. They played to the fight very, very well, using that Call of the Forge God from a long way away, and still managing to catch 2 people with it, regardless of the fact that it was from the mid lane into the bot side jungle. Which actually netted 2 very quick kills. There is another fight going on in this bot lane. 4 members have collapsed onto Lamps, as it looks like the kill may be gifted to Luxor. The flash away. Ooh. Bit hesitant at that point. No cooldowns. The True Shot Barrage misses as well. Looks like Kibo will be hunting a Braum today. But it looks like he's out to safety. That is unfortunate for the CPS squad, wasting so much and getting so little in return.
Yeah, in fact, they even lost mid-tower from chasing the Braum.
And of course, first tower of the game falling onto this Jace. That's giving him the gold back into the game. You do not want to give 357 stacks on this tier now. 360. So when that is upgraded, it will go straight to the Muramana, as Luxor is being collapsed on by Trululu and Pyrotom here. But Kibo and Crown are in the area to follow it up. Pillar does come through, but it doesn't lead to anything, as Luxor looking to chase. The Encore doesn't land onto anybody, but Trululu is going very low. The Chaos Storm has been popped. Flash away from the Jace. Meanwhile, Pyrotom subjugate onto Luxor. Flashes on top of him. The exhaust comes through. Is it enough to save him? The shield comes through. Pyrotom will take 1 in return, but his life is the forfeit, as Kibo will take that one. Meanwhile, the charge comes in. That's his Call of the Forge God. Call of the Forge God will land onto Lance and Spike. but Crown's already dead. Kibo has to try and take something here. Gekno doing everything he can. The Gorge Drinker is huge, but it's not enough. 1v3. Gekno has to flash away. If you're an Aeon Gaming fan, that is the fight you wanted to see, as this is a 3-for-1.
Well, I was going to say, Lux has been playing with a lot of confidence, but sometimes confidence can be deadly.
As we have just seen.
He saw blood, he really chased Tralulu all the way into his own jungle, and in the end, he got caught out by the Trundle.
That he was, and that was some big shutdowns going over to the side of Aeon there. The only shutdown now remaining on the side of CPS is on Apo, on this Ezreal, 700 gold total, including kill gold. Coming very close to his mythic, of which I'm assuming is a Divine Sunder, considering he's into tank. And already doing a lot of damage with just that Muramana.
Ezreal is in a great spot, but it's interesting that when you look at the total gold for both teams, there isn't really much of a difference now due to the shutdowns.
Absolutely, there's only a 200 gold difference. In terms of individual matchups, Gekno 300 gold up over his counterpart. Pyro Tom about 800 gold up over his counterpart. Tralulu 1200 gold up over his counterpart.
It's all the platings he got mid, yeah.
Yeah, that it is. On the converse, there is a 1000 gold difference in this bot lane for the AD carry, and just under 1000 gold difference for the supports, both in favor of CPS. The Crescent Guard has to be popped early for sake of safety. Pyro Tom is starting to become scary. TP is coming in from Spike, as it looks like contention for this Drake is entirely possible. I just had a flash. No, I didn't. I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. As the wind becomes lightning, lands onto Tralulu. The Encore tags it off as the True Shot Barrage just commenced. A lot of damage coming. Lance has managed to survive somehow, as Crown is already dead. Kibo, very, very low. The Subjugate ticking away. Gekno trying everything he can as Spike has to flash out of the Chaos Storm. Pyrotom going very, very low. Apo picks up one. Apo misses as Luxor will pick up another. That is not the way this fight needed to go for Aeon Gaming. Now, the Drake, 5600 health left. Spike having to back. Doesn't have that TP to come back anymore. The Jace doing everything he can with the Shock Blast, but it's not enough. 27 health, 100 health on this Dragon, as it looks like it will be secured by CPS. That is a Mountain Soul, as Apo going forward with the Arcane Shift, doing a lot of damage to Key. The Acceleration Gate will get them to safety for now.
It's another great team fight from CPS.
It was indeed straight into a pause, nonetheless. So, again, we have to sing the praises of CPS. A very well-played team fight. Crown got caught out a little bit earlier than he would have liked, but again, at this point, the Ezreal, very, very strong. The Victor also sitting on an item and a half now. Very, very strong. At this point, Aeon Gaming, it's looking rough. All you can hope to do is catch someone out, grab a shutdown, and maybe, just maybe, scrape your way back into the game.
It's very, very difficult. Maybe if they split push, but even then, I think Gekno's been holding on very, very well on his own. He's been solo killing Spike. It's a very difficult game, and with Mountain Soul, you just can't see the Jace and the Ziggs being as much of a threat anymore.
You cannot, indeed. So we are back into the game. If we don't see a Serpent's Fang come out of Tralulu, I will be worried. And we have the traditional spectator pause after a pause. That should resolve itself in due course. But yeah, if you don't see a Serpent's Fang come out from Tralulu, you have Victor Q shields, you have Seraphine W shields, as well as Mountain Soul. You have to be careful as Apo going forward onto Key, missing everything except the Essence Flux. You hate to see it.
And CPS should really be aiming now towards finding some kind of way to break down this mid tower for Aeon, and that way they can get their vision into the jungle and hopefully from there secure Baron.
Absolutely. There is a Herald trotting down into this bottom lane. There's just a Herald trotting his way down bot lane. We have got mythics on every member of the game now. As Trululu looking to take a fight onto Gekno. Doing decent damage, but not enough. The armor coming out of this Ornn is massive. The Ziggs never
rotation.
Really three people rotating onto Gekno. Concussive blows will land. Pyro Tom uses the blast cone, but it's not quite enough. Subjugate has been dropped, but the pillar is causing to be a nuisance for the entirety of Aeon Gaming, as Key will pick up his first kill of the game, but almost get taken down by the True Shot Barrage himself, as Lamps will tank up the tower for them to get to safety. Meanwhile, the entirety of CPS is now rotated to this top side, barring Luxor. Doesn't look like we'll see anything. Baron is up, and there is 4 minutes until Elder Dragon. And if you get Elder Dragon or Baron as CPS, this game closes very, very quickly.
Aeon get the pick, but they did have to rotate 5 members topside. And Victor's been getting free experience while that was all happening.
That he has this bot turret very close to falling. Spike rotating to pick up the wave. But Luxor is fully aware of it and is happy to take the fight, doing a lot of damage already. Gravity Field doesn't do much. The Death Rays are doing a lot of damage. The Chaos Storm comes out. Spike has been forced to dismount. We'll walk up for the Gore Drinker, but it's not enough. Shut down by Luxor in the 1v1. Another solo bolo this game.
Yeah, Luxor's been playing with great confidence. He saw the opportunity, he took it.
He did indeed, and of course, back on the topic of the objectives, Aeon, if you can pick up one of them, that's your way back into this game. You're playing for the enemy team to throw one of the objectives, or for your jungler to get the Miracle Steal. But you give over a single one of them to CPS, especially the Zelda Dragon, and you are much more difficult game because they will poke you from afar, and you will die very, very fast to the poke they can output, as it looks like. Okay, no, I'll hold my tongue for now. They're not forcing the Baron. Poke being thrown left, right, and center. But so far, nothing major landing onto anybody of major importance, as ECS, or CPS, I'm reading names and it's screwing me up, but CPS looking to start the Baron up, as Trululu does know they're there now.
They're doing so much damage to it.
They will melt it at this point. The items on these champions are insane. The Mega Inferno Bomb, not quite enough to take it. That's a free Baron for CPS. And with Elder spawning,
just doing so much damage to the Baron. They really did melt it. But I was a bit worried for them there. They didn't have the best vision setup.
They did not at all. And this Elder Dragon spawning in just under 2 minutes. As 2 TPs are coming in, but it's a bad time to teleport. The Encore will land on Strulu. He will fall. Spike has already been dismounted. He will also fall. Crown picks up that one, as Key can do nothing but run for the hills. That's 2 TPs committed into 4 members of CPS. Aeon, you're faltering at the seams, and it's showing. You are holding on to this game by a thread, and soon that thread will snap.
Yeah. And it looks like CPS are going to get inhibitor from this push.
So they can do it with relative ease. Lamps is backing, but of course with 2 members still dead on the side of Aeon, there's very little they can do to stop this push, because Pyro Tom has to match this on in the mid lane, otherwise they lose yet another tower. So the inhib will fall. The CPS will back away to safety.
Those 2 TPs are really, they're gonna go in the highlight reel. What can I say? TP'd into a 3 versus 5. Aeon got themselves into a whole load of trouble there.
That they did. However, CPS have now opened up an inhib. They have opened up free gold for the side of Aeon, and it looks like they're going to funnel that gold onto Key, but this Elder Dragon up in 20 seconds. CPS walking in as 5. The vision is being controlled by Aeon for now, but Trululu walking up a bit further than he is allowed. True Shot Brush connects onto 1, forces the Guardian out of Lamps, as CPS, just from the pressure they have alone, are allowed to walk into this river with no vision and take control, as the Elder Dragon is up. As Kibo looking to go in onto Pyrotom. Decides against it in the end. As he's just looking to trade blow for blow for now.
Looking for something here.
Spike indeed looking for something special. Crown taking a lot of damage from that shock blast, but Spike has been seen and has been pushed away by Luxor. Meanwhile, Gekno and Kibo acting as the perfect frontline for this CPS squad. Pyrotom trying his best to take a ward, but it's just taking his entire health as forfeit.
They just can't do anything. The Mountain Drake's just shielding all their poke.
The Mountain Drake coming through massive, as well as the poke coming out in return as Kibo goes forward on Strolulu, takes one. The charm lands on the Lamps. Lamps going very low. Pyrotom 3 kills already. Spike has now committed to the fight as the Megaphone Bomb comes down, but it lands on Nobody. Crown is taken in return, but Key will fall. Spike flashes to safety, but the call of the Force God still yet to be used has come through. Spike will also fall. It's the clean ace for the side of CPS, and it looks like Luxor TPing into the base. The Nexus turrets looking to fall very, very soon. This game may be over. That may be 1-0 to the side of CPS, as there is 20-second death timers on everybody bar Lamps on the side of Aeon Gaming. What can Lamps do into the entire CPS squad? Absolutely nothing. 3, 2, 1. Both turrets have fallen. The Nexus soon to follow, and that is game 1 to Child Protective Services.
That was a great game from CPS. They took their lead. They never let go of it. They got pretty much all the neutral objectives except for the Rift Heralds. They played clean.
Absolutely amazing game from CPS, using the pressure they had accrued with the Baron buff to force Aeon Gaming away from the Elder Dragon, and then not even taking it, just taking an outright 5v5 and massacring them. It shows a lot of confidence from this CPS roster, and I'll be interested to see what we do coming into this next game and how it changes, how the draft changes and how side changes, depending on how Aeon want to come back into this game. Because after a game like that, where you have a winning draft and you lose from the start, you have to look at something and make some changes somewhere.
Yeah, I think they have to go back to the drawing board. I like the idea behind their draft, but I think ultimately I didn't have Jace down as a comfort champion for Trolulu. At least that was the first time I've seen it. I think they should go back to what they're comfortable with and what they're very strong on. He's showing great performances on something like a LeBlanc or on the TF. And I think that's where they have to go towards. That or to handshake a control mage. I think Trolulu's a great player. And I just don't think Jace was it this game.
Absolutely. Despite the fact he had that pressure in the early game, it was not enough to try and force more onto the side of CPS. But
and honestly,
sorry, carry on.
CPS players have had great form. I think Gekno getting the early solo kill in Ornn versus Kled. He's playing with confidence. Luxor's playing with confidence. Apode had a great game on Ezreal. CPS's form coming into the second game looked great.
Absolutely. So after that first game, Child Protective Services are 1-0 up on Aeon Gaming. We will throw to a very short break, but when we are back, we'll be here for game 2 to see if Aeon can bring it back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the series between Aeon Gaming and Child Protective Services. I am still Jika. I'm still joined by Dopa Student. And after an explosive first game that went entirely against everything we had expected, we're here for game 2 with CPS 1-0 up over the side of Aeon Gaming.
Yeah, it was a great first game to begin with.
Absolutely a very strong performance from Child Protective Services in that first game, taking what looked like a losing draft on the side, on their side, and turning it into an extremely dominant game. Looks like, from what I can tell, Aeon Gaming have opted to play red side again. So we'll see if that has any impact on how it changes the draft and whether we might just see the salty run back or if things will change to try and take this second.
I think it's unlikely they're gonna run it back with the chase. I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna play an AP mid and an ADC. You know, normal AD.
That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. So we are just waiting to get into second game champ select. So what changes aside the Jace would you like to see for Aeon to try and take this game away from CPS?
I think the biggest thing is that I'd like to see Cholulu on a champion that he's super comfortable with. And I think there was an opportunity there for them to have picked their mid laner first rotation. And I was surprised that they didn't. Once you see the Victor, the LeBlanc wasn't banned. Even if you don't pick LeBlanc there, you've still got other champions that you can play. You can pick there. You can pick the Syndra maybe. Maybe you can pick the Orianna. I'd just like to see a more traditional pick, an AP pick, that I know Cholulu can pilot well. Something which probably has a little bit more synergy with his style. you know, something which, as a team, they practice more often than the Jace pick. I don't know what they've been playing in scrims completely, but I do know that they've certainly played a lot of LeBlanc.
Absolutely, as it looks like we are in Champ Select for this second game. I'm expecting very similar bans to come through for both sides, I think.
There's no need for CPS to change their ban strategy. I think
Absolutely.
It was a very well thought out idea to target Key's comfort ADCs.
Absolutely. The Zerath gone, Vayne gone. Already we're seeing similarities to the last draft. The Ashe would be the next ban. There it is for CPS. Trying to remember what the bans were for the first game now, and my mind's going blank. The Corki, once again, coming through.
Yeah, it's the same, I think.
So these third bans leave only room for changes. The Jarvan ban comes in. That is a change indeed. And the Lee Sin ban coming through from Aeon. So, saying you're not scared of one of Aeon's picks, which is understandable. You've just absolutely stomped them. So, having a bit of confidence is to be expected. First pick, we will see the Trundle taken away from Aeon this time. First picked for most likely Kibo, but can still be taken down into this bot lane for Crown, or even into the top lane for Gekno. We will have to see as we see the first two picks come out from Aeon Gaming.
Wow, okay. I didn't expect that.
Ivern has been picked for Aeon Gaming for Pyro Tom. This is interesting. This is an adaptation I was not expecting to see. I don't know how it does into the Trundle. You don't see Ivern that much at all. But if it works, who am I to complain?
It's not something I expected Tom to pull out. Which CPS definitely haven't prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Varus will come out for Key, putting him back on a traditional AD carry, saving your support pick for a little while, which is an understandable choice. Support counter pick is massive for this bot lane, as we don't talk about hovers, so I'm going to hold my tongue until that is locked in. The Tristana is taken for the side of CPS. Can go mid, can go bot. We will have to see where they opt into sending this Tristana. I'm expecting in the bot lane, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I do expect this Tristana to go bot. Simply because I think Lux is much more comfortable on the AP carries.
And the Malphite coming through for Gekno. So if the Trundle is going anywhere, it will be support or it will be jungle. Of course, the Malphite also flexible into mid and support, but it's unlikely. So we'd like to see this go into the top lane for Gekno.
Yeah, and this is really a pick to anticipate against Spike split pushing champions like Camille for Fiora. Completely denies those options.
As the Mordekaiser is picked in response for Spike, the Fiora indeed left open this game through first rotation and now does not need to see a ban come through. Of course, Mordekaiser, magic damage, whereas Malphite likes to build his armor, so it's a good lane counter. However, we could be looking to see some scarier changes in the early game for Aeon as Mordekaiser having some kill pressure on in this lane. Seraphine taken away. One of the deciding factors of a lot of those team fights in the last game. The encores were massive, landing onto 3, sometimes even 4 people. As the Thresh is also banned away, taking away the safety from the Varus, making sure that an immobile AD carry can be abused, which is understandable. I'm thinking we'd like to see an on-hit Varus this game into Trundle Malphite, especially if you then go for something like the Leona or the Nautilus on this support position. As Aeon ban away the Rel, expecting maybe more of an all-in, maybe more of a wombo combo with the Malphite Rel. Still expecting to see Nautilus or maybe even Leona.
Yeah, it's difficult to deny the engaged sports at this point.
Absolutely, there's so many that are so good. And of course, pairing that with a Tristana and taking away the Thresh, the Varus will not have a fun lane. As the Ziggs is taken away, wanting to make sure that cannot be picked up for Trululu in the mid lane. Taric, very good answer to a Death Ball comp. However, very, very abusable pre-6. So a Leona or a Nautilus could make quick work of this bot lane alongside this Tristana and start to snowball a lead on the bot side of the map.
Lamps is a big fan of the Taric pick. It's a great into engage. You pop ulti when Malphite engages. He might CC you, but it's no damage.
Yuumi! Okay, we're in the realm of off-meta picks today with an Ivern and a Yuumi coming out. So, Yuumi Tristana, very oppressive lane, because the Tristana will never die and has enough damage on her own to kind of jump on top of the Varus, make sure he dies, or at least pop her bomb, and then jump away again.
Yeah, and the Taric can't really threaten the Yuumi pick either.
That they
so it's
cannot.
Actually a solid pick, yeah.
And the Syndra to round out the composition. I'm liking this CPS draft a lot more than game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Lux on his Syndra in the semi-finals. He had a great game on there. Again, very strong mid laner. Great for 2v2s, and also scales well.
As we look to see what the mid lane answer is, the LeBlanc, still a pick. The Vel'Koz is what they will opt for in this matchup. Of course, very easy to deal with Syndra as Vel'Koz. You have your Q to poke, you have your W, which will go through the wave, you've got your knock up, and she's very immobile. So landing a full combo on her once you land the slow, not overly difficult, but we'll have to see if Kibo can change the tides of this lane.
I wonder if Chalou is going to opt for the barrier this game, because I know he loves doing that on his long range mid laners.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you're into Trundle Syndra, you're going to get blown up, right?
Yeah.
Especially if the Tristana decides she wants to get in on the action as well. Very nice comp coming out from Aeon, actually. The Taric to deny the initial engage from the Malphite. The Ivern to make sure that any burst damage can be mitigated with relative ease. The Mordekaiser to take out maybe the Trundle or the Malphite out of these fights. And the Varus to do long range damage. We could see both on hit or lethality Varus here. We will find out as soon as we are into the loading screen.
Yeah, I imagine, as you said earlier, that he'll probably go on hit here because of the Malphite and the Trundle. So I imagine he'll go on hit here.
On the converse, you have a Vel'Koz to melt through that front line. You can definitely a lot easier to get to go lethality and just pop the Tristana and the Syndra on the back line.
Yeah, I expect he'll make his decision based on how he does bot lane. So I'd see him go lethality if he gets a lead. But if the lane goes badly, then I'd certainly expect to see on hit.
I would also expect to see on hit coming out. But again, I have been wrong before. I'm not afraid to be wrong again.
I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the Yuumi pick on CPS side. I honestly think had they gone for engage, Nautilus Tristana Leon is just very strong bot lane 2v2s. And they can abuse the Taric a bit too. But the Yuumi kind of is telling me that they're looking to play the lane less aggressively, at least in terms of all-ins. It's going to be poke, of course, but that's how I interpret this pick.
Absolutely, it will be very interesting to see just how this game is played out, because it is a very different style to what we saw last game. Of course, last game we saw two very heavy poke comps come out with decent all-in. This time we're seeing very team fight, honestly, very team fight centric comps with the Ivern and the Taric, the Mordekaiser, the Malphite, Syndra, the Yuumi. You don't really want to be looking for picks on these champions. You want to be going forward. You want to be taking fights. I'm interested to see if we see a level 1 come out.
Yep. So in the first game, both of them went for the normal 5-point defense. I do wonder if they'll go for a level 1. I mean, Ivan in particular has pretty much the fastest, easiest buff take with Smite. So,
and of course, taking Q level 1 along with Taric E, Vel'Koz can take whatever, Varus can take whatever, and they should be able to pretty quickly kill someone through that CC duration. On the flip side, you cannot invade if you're on the side of CPS. You have to just play safety because of the fact that your level 1 is pretty terrible. Just to be completely frank, I mean, Tristana with the Hell of Blades is the only person who can really go for a level 1 this game.
We'll see, though. I'm not sure if Aeon are a team that typically goes for level 1 plays. But I think it is. Yeah, and we see that Trululu's gone for the barrier this game, as I expected.
Absolutely. It looks like we are going to be seeing Lethality Varus come out for key, as we kind of said we might see. As we are slowly but surely getting onto the rift. 8, 9,
yep.
10. Yep. I am now. And we are on the rift for game 2 of Aeon Gaming versus Child Protective Services.
And it looks like both teams are going for a 5-point setup.
Which, I don't blame them. I mean...
it's low variant.
Yeah, of course, as CPS, you don't want to be looking for that level 1. And of course, as Aeon, you can, but it's not necessary in order to win the game. However, Pyrotom shadowing his mid laner away from Kibo here. The Crown here to save his jungler, but will take poke in the process, jumping to his jungler. Not quite sure. Not quite sure on the thought process there. Looks like we will see Ivern start towards the top side and Trundle start towards the bottom side. So we could very easily see either a split map or just separate sides.
Well, it's difficult with Ivan because Ivan can take paths that pretty much no other jungler can. This is the way the champion works. So it's quite difficult to predict how exactly the Ivan's going to path.
Absolutely. Already going to his bot side, going straight from red to blue. I think we are just looking to see, again, a pretty slow early game, just some poke coming out from both sides. As matchups are going about the way you would expect. Mordekaiser getting the upper hand on the Malphite, Vel'Koz pushing Syndra in, and Varus Taric pushing in Tristana Yuumi.
It looks like Aeon's bot lane gonna have the early push.
It would surprise me if Aeon had, or if CPS had pushed in any of these lanes. Frankly, as you can see in this mid lane, there was a massive wave stacking up for Luxor. Ivern back in this bot side, just picking up the camps that he had marked. Meanwhile, Trundle looking into this mid lane. The pillar will come down. It's a lot of damage. The flash is used, but there's a flash in return. There is the barrier has been popped. The root came through from Pyro Tom, but it's not quite enough. Meanwhile, Luxor will fall as Pyro Tom picks up that kill. And Kibo stuck between a tree and a tentacle monster and will lose his life to Trululu. That is 2 very quick kills to the side of Aeon Gaming.
Very crucial. Syndra uses TP, which she won't miss too much. But as we said before this series started, mid-jungle 2v2 was going to be explosive. We know Kibo likes to shadow Luxor. We know Kibo likes to go for the early gank. I truly thought Trululu was going to die there. Because he had a really unfortunate timing where he was heading towards the bush to ward. So he was really caught off guard there. But fortunately, he reacted quickly, Tom reacted quickly, and both of them get the double kill.
Absolutely, that's some nice goal in the back pocket of this mid-jungle 2v2 for the side of Aeon Gaming. A much different start to the game than that which we saw in Game 1, where CPS managed to take the pretty much take most of the game without forfeiting a kill. I believe they were 9-0 at one point or another.
Aeon going to be really happy with that.
Absolutely. Pyro Tom looking to double scuttle his counterpart. Doesn't have the smite available, so we'll just have to... Oh, never mind, he did just use it to take it. Meanwhile, Gekno up a bit too far. Does have a level lead on Spike, but it's not enough. Flash comes through. The root does land. Tower will save him as Kibo is here to try and force the play. Spike, shield has been popped. The pillars come down. Kibo is slowed by the red buff from Pyro. And we'll just have to walk away. It's not a good early game for this Trundle.
Yeah, he's going to be behind the Ivan now.
Trying his best to make something happen, and it's just not.
Yeah. I mean, Orn was too chunked. I mean, Malphite was too chunked to help, right? So it was always going to be a tough spot for him to actually get anything out there.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on the bot lane as Apo jumps forward onto Key, and then doesn't quite get the rocket jump all the way back to safety, so can be ran down by Lamps. The shield will do little work for now, as the stun does land. Key, Apo forced to flash. Key doing a lot of damage. Crown barely getting back to his AD carry. It was a very ambitious fight from the CPS bot lane, and they lost every summoner. They lost everything in that fight, forcing 0 flashes from the side of Aeon Gaming.
Yeah. I mean, CPS's bot lane put themselves in a really hard spot now, with no flashes, no summoners, nothing. Yuumi is very diveable pre-6 as well.
Absolutely, and of course, still pressure in the spot lane is Kibo. The Scatter Week does land Kibo, will drop the pillar. Trululu. Barrier does come through, so the Unleash Power will not do enough, and the ult comes through. Chomp to save his mid laner and pick up CPS's first kill of the game onto Kibo.
Yeah, Trululu was just slightly overextended, needed to hug top side more. I mean, Syndra and the Trundle just have such a strong kill setup that it's very difficult to get away from them if you have no summoners.
Yes, they do. Scatter the Weak into a pillar. You cannot escape without your flash, which is coming up soon for Trululu. Syndra, also still flashless for now. Rocket jump to safety, as it looks like Pyroton wants to contest Kibo for this dragon. The smite has been procced. The bomb is on, but will not tick down quick enough as Kibo taking a lot of damage. Trululu there now as well. Crown will take the knockup. Crown will take the damage. Crown will lose his life as forfeit to Trululu. Meanwhile, Apo also going very low. Key will pick up that kill for himself. Kibo having to run into the enemy jungle behind enemy lines trying to escape it. He's being run down by Trululu, and there is nothing that can be done by Luxor to try and escape. Kibo does manage to get out with his life, so you lose 2 and you lose the dragon with the TP coming in mid lane from Spike as he ults Luxor into the death realm. Luxor going very low, looking to lose his life, able to sidestep, going very low. The Comet will pick it up as Trululu picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Gekno not able to do anything to assist his mid laner who was stuck behind a wall of the dead.
Yeah, so much action.
A much more explosive early game than we saw last game, and frankly, I'm all for it.
Yep, I mean, this time, Trululu's got a much better control of the mid lane. He's getting this priority. Sure, he's been ganked twice now, but he's definitely having a much better time.
That he is able to force Luxor off of a lot of XP, a lot of gold. And of course, first dragon going over, that is massive for the side of Aeon. It can delay any kind of, and it can delay the game as long as they need it to at this point, of course. Tristana being a much more early game centric AD carry. You don't want the game to go on too long, otherwise you don't really do the damage that other AD carries do. On the converse, this Syndra does want to scale up, so she won't be complaining too much about losing that first dragon as Tom looking to gank Gekno, but the respect does come through. So, if you're as CPS here, how do you come back into the game?
I think they're really gonna have to look for the perfect setup. They're gonna have to wait for bot lane to hit 6. They look for a great fight with the Malphite ulti. They may need to bait out the Taracle, because that's the only way I see them winning these fights.
Absolutely, there comes the ult from Lamps. Going very low, but will block the bomb damage. Apo going very low. Chain of Corruption will save for now. Apo picks up 1. It's a small consolation prize.
Yeah, I mean, Apo getting the gold is really important. He's the one who's going to be able to help turn the tides.
He is the one you want to snowball in this game. Tom shadowing his AD carry for a short while, but Apo, as soon as he gets Rocket Jump, can jump forward with the final chapter from Yuumi and look to kill Key. Doesn't look like they will get that cocky. Doesn't look like they want to take that kind of an aggressive play. And if we take a brief look at the individual gold differences, there is a just under 3k lead across the map. 400 in the top lane. 1700 in the jungle. Never mind, 600 in the jungle. I'm blind. 1300 in this mid lane. That's a lost chapter's worth. 200 on the between the AD carries and 400 between the supports as we look to see a fight in the top lane. Gekno going very low. Does manage to use, despite managing to use a Death Realm to dodge the Scatter the Weak from Luxor. The flash from Gekno to avoid. Meanwhile, Kibo is here as well, but Pyro Tom is there too. Spike flashing to safety. Kibo going very low as Daisy doing all the work, knocking Kibo up, taking damage from Trululu as he will secure that kill. The knockup comes through onto Luxor as the disintegration ray doesn't quite tick down enough, but Gekno and Luxor very low under this tower as Lamps is here as well. Lamps will tank up the tower. The Scatter of the Weak will come through onto Spike as Gekno still manages to survive. Barely any health left. Lamps will pick up that kill as Spike loses his life to the unleashed power from Luxor. Pyro Tom flashing forward. Does manage to kill Luxor in return, but oh my lord, to take 1 in a situation like that, you are happy with me. Meanwhile, there's a fight in the bot lane as Crown and Apo jump forward onto Key, but Crown heals himself. Apo forces to the tower.
That's an unfortunate mistake from Crown there.
Crown thought he was tanking the tower up to begin with, but he wasn't. He jumped out, he heals himself, and it kills his AD carry who was tanking the tower from the first time that play started.
Key did the right thing. He held his ulti until they dove him. He landed it. Yep. I mean, Apo could have cleansed a bit earlier, but
I mean, he didn't use it, period, but I don't think he thought he needed to. I thought he had his Yuumi. I think he thought he had his Yuumi there to heal him, when in fact, he did not.
Yeah, they really need to get an advantage there after what happened topside.
They do need an advantage indeed.
I have to say as well that Trululu's been looking great on this Vel'Koz. In that fight, he really played with confidence. He flashed for the knock-up as well. He landed pretty much everything. Played really well.
Absolutely, and Spike coming to aid in getting pressure in this mid lane. The Drake is spawning in 2 seconds, so it looks like that will be the focus for Aeon Gaming, trying to get themselves soul point as fast as possible as Apo is caught out, taking damage. Not quite ticking too low. back onto the dragon. Kibo is behind and able to steal with the flash. Daisy has been called. Spike just playing to zone. As the Drake is on 2100 health, 1800. And it looks like it will be given to the side of Aeon Gaming for free. Spike catches Crown out of position. There's a lot of damage. The Death Realm does come through. Crown can do nothing but wait to try and save himself. The final chapter comes out and he manages to survive against all odds. Kibo caught by Daisy, but the Scatter of the Week will keep him safe for now. As that's a big cooldown wasted for the side of Aeon to get nothing in return.
Yeah, it's very difficult for CPS to contest Aeon on objectives, especially when Mordekaiser can just ulti your jungler.
Or in this case, your squishy is anything support. So we're seeing Hovers in the bot lane as Luxor is rotating to help Gekno as the ult does come through. Unleashed power doing a lot of damage. Spike going very low. Luxor will pick up his second kill of the game. As Kibo and Apo looking towards this bottom lane. Apo is caught. The stuns come through. Cleanse is used. The rocket jump to safety, but it's not enough. Lamps will flash to secure the kill. Kibo caught in a 1v2 position. This is the life form disintegration rate. Does a lot of damage, and Key will take the second kill of the fight for himself. 3-1-1 on this virus.
We see what happens when one team makes a play topside. However, their other members do not respect that fact.
Absolutely, as we see a pause come through from the side of Child Protective Services. So, if you are CPS this game, how do you come back into this? How do you play it to come back and try to pull this game back into your grasp?
Definitely going to be very difficult, but again, you have a Malphite, you have a Syndra, you have a Tristana. You're hoping that you can catch them off guard with a great engage before Tarek responds with his ulti, you burst someone down. That's got to be the key to these teamfights. The Malphite engage onto the immobile carries.
Absolutely, and of course with a Syndra who does a lot of damage. It will just be a case of hoping and praying you can snowball this Syndra to a position where they can basically secure the game for themselves. This first turret of the game will fall in this bottom lane to the side of Aeon Gaming.
Yep, this Vel'Koz has been a huge problem for CPS. They really haven't been able to engage on the Vel'Koz at all, really, in these team fights.
Absolutely, the Vel'Koz playing with a lot of safety, playing with his range very well. And of course, having an Ivern next to you always helps to keep yourself safe. Herald is the next objective on the map, it would seem. It seems like CPS can't really walk into their own jungle. It looks very difficult for them to do much of anything this game.
The Vel'Koz is just poking with impunity.
A lot of damage. Well, Apo jumping forward. Final chapter was used. It does root up one, but is stunned up, and the Lifelong Disintegration Ray will kill him. Trululu on a rampage. Meanwhile, Crown once again taken into the death realm by Spike. Will survive for now, but Luxor already dead on the backside. Disaster strikes for CPS as they lose yet another fight, lose their 2 damage carries and cannot do much to defend this tower from the full onslaught of Aeon Gaming, as the Malphite ult will do little to save anybody. As Gekno going very low, Kibo also going very, very low.
Yeah, they're just overstaying too much here. You can't protect the mid tower. 2 against 5.
And with that, it turns to 14 kills to 5 with a 7,000 gold lead. 516 Vel'Koz, 511 Varus, 209 Ivern. Looks
like Aeon are playing much more coordinated this game. They're playing with confidence now.
Playing with confidence indeed, and they're taking everything on the map in for it. The only outer tower left standing for CPS is this top lane. Outer. Drake up in a minute. Baron 3 minutes, just under. If you're CPS, you have to just hope and pray you can steal away an objective and stall the game for a little bit longer. Get your carries back into the game.
Bot tower hasn't been taken by CPS yet, so they're having real difficulty setting up vision in time for this Drake. Plus, Aeon have Rift Herald. So it's gonna be a really difficult Drake for them to contest, and I wonder if they're gonna go for it.
I wonder too as to whether or not CPS will look to do much of anything for the next 10 minutes or so. It'll be difficult, but they can give over this Drake. It does give soul point, but they can go over this Drake and try and scale up a bit more. They Rift Herald is popped in the mid lane. Yeah. Meanwhile, Key looking to solo the Infernal Dragon and put them onto soul point. Kibo doing everything he can to save this tower, but it's a scatter the weak is massive, but there is no follow-up. The tower will be safe for now, but Dragon will fall. Gekno in on the side here. The Dragon taking...
They just don't have vision, so...
There is no vision. Dragon is taking a fair bit of damage, sitting at 3,200 health, and Kibo is nowhere near, so it looks like Soul Point will be secured for Aeon Gaming.
Yeah, it's looking very, very difficult for CPS now.
This Kibo caught out once again. Every form of CC comes down. Unstoppable goes Key. Meanwhile, there is another fight here as the flash pull comes in from Spike, forcing the flash out of Apo.
It's a great trade of summoners.
Absolutely, and Gekno caught maybe a little bit out of position here. Spike and Trululu both walking him down. The pull comes through. The knockup doesn't quite land because of the Death Realm. Spike's Death Realms this game have been questionable at best, but Gekno taking so much damage. Forced to use the ultimate to get away, but does survive thanks to the Death Realm.
Yeah, some anti-synergy at play there.
Anti-synergy all game. Spike has been ulting people and not getting an entire game. And you have to start thinking, when is it going to kill Aeon Gaming? When is it going to become such a problem? Because right now, Luxor can run Spike down without much fear. The pull comes through, as it does the bash. And there you go. 1v1 by the Syndra, who is behind.
Great calculation by Luxor to know that he wins the fight. Mordekaiser didn't have ulti. Didn't have the damage.
And of course, not having those extra stats from ulting someone. Things are looking rough for Spike. He's not had a good game. He's not had a good game. And he could be CPS's way back into this game.
I think he has been a bit offbeat this series. But as I say, sometimes being able to take initiative to flash and engage on someone is also an asset. But yeah, definitely some strange ulti decision making this series.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, on the Kled deciding to jump into 3 people on his own, and now on the Mordecai, the Death Realm, making them dodge your allies' skill shots and then not killing them, and then dying immediately after. You have to consider, when is this going to get too much? When do CPS abuse the fact that Spike is playing like crap?
Yeah, I'd like to see Gekno on something with more agency too. I know he plays the Wukong.
Absolutely, seeing him on a more carry-oriented pick would be very interesting. Put the game in his hands, so to speak. For now, we are just looking at a bit of a slower... We fall into a bit of a lull state. As teams just look to clear waves, wait for the next objective to spawn. Baron is up, Drake is up in 2 minutes. There is very little for CPS to do on the map as things stand. Just catch the waves that are being pushed into you and try not to die. That is the big thing here, is if you die, you're in trouble.
Yeah, they have no idea this Baron's being taken.
Yeah, the Baron has been started up by Aeon Gaming, and they do a lot of damage to it. The one-hit Baron's doing plenty of work, along with the Vel'Koz. There is no ward as of yet. Apo and Kibo walking in here. The stun doesn't quite land. The pillar comes through. Looks like it's aware that there's 2,000 health left. If they're going to steal it, they have to now. It's stolen away by Kibo! And that delays the game by a massive margin. As Baron on 4 members of CPS. Well played to this jungle. He may not be having a good game, but that has just saved the game for at least another 10-15 minutes.
Aeon had great vision set up, but they didn't have any vision behind the pit, so they just didn't know Trundle had gone all the way around to take the blast cone. They had just no idea.
Absolutely beautifully played from Kibo here. Chain of Corruption does land. Lance doesn't land the stun, but it does not matter. Luxor is already dead. Crown going very, very low. As the turret will be used to stop the tower doing much damage. Daisy has come to say hello to the rock, the mountain. As it looks like the ult comes through, lands onto 3. Kibo, pillar, forcing keys, flash, lamps. Doing what he can. Apo jumping onto Trolulu, taking a lot of damage. The barrier comes out, but it's not enough. Crown still going very, very low. Gekno also very low, but Apo and Kibo on the other side of the fight. He will take Gekno, but Lamps also going very low. Kibo managing to play Peel for his AD carry for a long while, but it's not enough. Both of these bot laners will fall. That is the ace for the side of Aeon Gaming as they look to take the game. Luxor, the only person left standing to try and save the game. Can you take on the 1v4? Lamps going very, very low. Will lose his life.
It's just too little too late from CPS. It was a great engage by Gekno, and as we saw, an engage from the Malphite onto an immobile carry like Vel'Koz puts him in danger. That was what they needed to do earlier in the game. But unfortunately, there's just too much of a goal difference now.
That it is, as we look at the Soul Infernal Drake going down for the side of Aeon Gaming. Can Luxor do anything? Not quite.
Oh, it was close.
Very close, but not quite enough. That is an Infernal Soul for the side of Aeon Gaming. Now, you need to be scared.
The Infernal Soul Vel'Koz is just gonna shred anyone.
There is a chance we see the Elder Dragon win condition for CPS.
Yeah, it's their hope.
As we know, Elder Dragon is known for swinging games because you can murder people left, right, and center. And of course, with a 1,000 gold shutdown and a 600 gold shutdown on the side of Aeon Gaming, you're hoping to get those onto your carries, preferably your Syndra, who can 1v5 these fights with some someone to block shit for her.
I mean, I have to say, CPS may be really behind, but it's not completely doomed. They always have that Malphite possibility.
As we were saying, not completely doomed, as Apo will pick up a kill onto Lamps, and Chain of Corruption will be used as Trululu. Oh my lord, damage onto Kibo.
Gosh, it did half his health bar.
I have no words for that. That is the Luden's Deathcap Hextech Alternator combo coming in for this Vel'Koz, doing lots of damage. Wow. Plus the Infernal Soul proc as well.
They need to, I mean, CPS, they don't have anything to fight for right now, but they really need to somehow kill these carries, Vel'Koz and Varus, when they don't have flash.
That they do, and it looks like Kibo and Gekno looking for a play on Spike, who does have the Death Realm, will take Gekno. Doing a good bit of damage. Gekno going very, very low, but the flash into Obliterate will take a 1 in a 1v2 situation. Kibo will take the return kill, but it's not quite enough.
No, and he had to use his flash as well. Gekno had to use his flash.
His flash was on cooldown.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I can always tell because it's almost all the way around on the top left.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Spike used his flash, though. Which is small consolation prize for the side of CPS. can't find my words today, apparently. So, Elder's up in 3 minutes, Baron's up in 1. There's exactly a 2-minute gap between them spawning.
I think Aeon is taking it a bit slow. I mean, Kibo did a really good job stealing the Baron, and that's what's led to this current state of affairs.
Absolutely. Still sitting at a 7,000 gold deficit, but... Gekno walking up a bit too confidently in this jungle. His life maybe forfeits. The pillar comes in to try and save him. He will use the unstoppable force to safety, and Crown will keep him alive for now.
But now he has no ulti for the next...
Now, exactly. Now your only engage tool on the side of CPS is down. With Baron coming up in 30. We could very well see the end of the game in the next 3 minutes or so. Pillar comes through the flash. Chain of Corruption lands on Kibo. He will flash away. Spike starting to rotate to this fight now. You don't complain about that if you're CPS. You've just wasted the enemy AD carry's flash because he tried to kill your jungler and it got nowhere. But Spike is stuck in the middle of a rock and a mountain as Gekno rotates to this fight. The ult comes through onto Kibo. The Kibo, extremely tanky at this point, uses the subjugate to keep himself alive and will kill Spike in the ultimate. And the Scatter the Weak is huge! The last chapter onto 2 as the bus shot comes through. As Apo will fall, Crown will fall, Luxor lands another massive Scatter of the Weak. This damage is insane from this Syndra, but it's not quite enough. It is a 3.
I was hopeful about that fight, but the goal difference is too much.
There was also some miscommunication. The final chapter was moved away from the Scatter of the Weak by the rocket jump, as there's 3 members alive to try and take this Baron away from the side of Aeon Gaming. But it looks like Trululu fully expecting Kibo to walk in. He gets blown up!
So much damage.
No, the only person left to able to steal this. The Unstoppable Forces available. Chain of Corruption went wide, goes in, but the Baron is secured by Pyro Tom. Aeon Gaming now sat in a 5 versus 2. As Gekno will fall, as will Luxor. It is the bot lane standing between Aeon Gaming and tying the series 1-1 this game. Elder Dragon is up very, very soon, but I believe one push is all it will take to stop CPS in their tracks, stop them from going to match point.
Looks like Aeon are gonna play it safe.
Elder Dragon is now the focus for both teams. Everybody will be up for it, of course. CPS not able to walk in to get vision. Trundle doesn't have his flash for a little while. Getting into the pit to steal away this Drake could prove difficult. Gekno into this bot lane, looking to just apply as much pressure as is possible, ready for this Drake. The Elder Drake has been started, as Gekno sidestepping everything he can. Looking to go in. The final chapter is used by Crown, but doesn't land onto anyone. 2,700 health on this objective. Kibo is already dead. Gekno has to leave the fight. That's the Elder Dragon secured for Aeon Gaming. Meanwhile, Crown having to keep himself alive. Luxor already dead. Again, it's this bot lane standing between Aeon Gaming and taking the game, taking the series to 1-1. Elder Dragon on every single member. It has been a complete dumpster fire for CPS. A complete curb stomp. 30 kills to 11. 59,000 gold to 45,000. Crown and Apo, the only people left to try and defend the base, and they know they can't soon enough. Very easily. Aeon Gaming tie the series 1-1 against CPS.
It's a great reversal from Aeon.
Absolutely
Finally,
massive.
Trululu picks what I expect, which is, a long-range mage, something that he's comfortable with, something that he knows how to play to perfection.
Absolutely, a very, very strong comeback showing from Aeon Gaming. Sharp Protective Sonatas will have to change something coming into this third game to take it to match point. Very impressed with Aeon's turnaround here. Very impressed.
They had an interesting idea to leave the Fiora open, pick Malphite to deny the AD split pushers. But when you pick Malphite early like this, you pick them before seeing what the enemy top lane is playing, then yes, they can answer with the Mordekaiser.
Yes, you can indeed, and that showed in this game. Meanwhile, CPS struggling extremely hard. However,
I think really their early, I mean, it just snowballed out of control. But when you look at the team fights later in the game, even at a big goal disadvantage, there were still glimmers of hope. And if they had just played a bit more patiently, just instead of contesting the early Drakes, just scale up, wait for a good timing to team fight, then I think this game looks different.
It does look ever so slightly different. However, we are going to throw to a break, and when we are back, we will be here with Game 3 of Aeon Gaming versus Child Protective Services to see who can take the series to match point. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, to the series between Child Protective Services and Aeon Gaming. Currently tied 1-1 after an explosive comeback in Game 2 from Aeon Gaming. Coming into this game, it seems CPS have opted into playing red side this game. So we'll see how that changes the draft, if at all.
Yeah, I think we saw some nice adaptations from Aeon in Game 2. As I've said, switching away from the Jace into a mage.
Absolutely.
I expect that trend to continue.
I would not be surprised to see more mages come through. CPS looked a little bit lost in that last game. Couldn't really get their early game off the ground. So maybe adapt, maybe send a more carry-oriented champion into this top lane. Don't pick a tank really early on. And yeah, leave Luxor to just try and outskill Trululu.
Wonder if we're going to see any different bans.
It would surprise me. I think the bans are still solid for both sides. Of course, Vayne and Corki making their reappearances. Xerath also showing up for the third time in this series. CPS currently working on their second ban. Wouldn't be surprised to see it be the Ashe once again. And there it is. So I believe last game's bans finally were Jarvan for CPS and Lee Sin. So could be seeing a brief run back of the bans, but of course side selection will change draft significantly. And the Braum ban coming in instead of the Jarvan or the Fiora this time round. Which is interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why they banned Braum here.
That would indicate maybe Seraphine or Ornn looking to be picked early on. So it wouldn't surprise me to see the Trundle come out once again from the side of Aeon Gaming. Very strong jungler at the moment, has very few answers. Instead, they will first pick the Seraphine, the Braum ban from CPS. They say, right, we will opt into taking this. And of course, that can be flexed into 3 separate roles.
Yep, it's something that Lamps is very comfortable with, very familiar with. Something that Ruben can also play mid as well. Key, I think, has shown it as well, but I can't remember.
Ezreal will be taking a response, taking away that strong duo lane that can poke you out throughout the entirety of the game. Apo had a very good showing on the Ezreal in game 1, so maybe this is them saying, okay, well, we're going to go back to our roots. We're going to go back to what worked for us in game 1. We're going to allow Apo to scale and carry. The Xin Zhao run back coming through from
they're going back to what worked in game 1.
Both Viego and Trundle are available. Both very good matchups into the Xin Zhao. So it'll be interesting to see what Aeon decide to run. As the Varus is picked up once again, so we know this Seraphine is not being played by Key.
I like the Varus pick. I personally think the matchup is good for Varus. He usually has the push. Very strong into Ezreal.
Of course, Key having a very good performance on that Varus last game. Pyro could be looking to take the Ivern again. Had a very good showing on it last game. Was very impactful throughout every stage of the game. Except this time it's into a Xin Zhao and not a Trundle. So we're seeing very similar picks and bans to that which we have seen throughout the series so far.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Absolutely the avenue they're taking here. The Leona will be picked up for Crown. First time we are seeing him on a non-enchanter this series. So it'll be interesting to see the route that CPS decide to take with the rest of this draft. The Vel'Koz ban, the Respect ban comes through.
Yeah, you have to ban those artillery mages that Cholulu plays. He's just so comfortable on them.
And of course, paired up with the Ivern, and very easy to land a full combo into death from the ultimate. As we saw on multiple occasions last game. The victor will also be taken away from Luxor. Had a very good showing on that in game 1.
Some pinched pulls in mid lane here.
Indeed we are. The Ziggs also taken away. Scared Trululu may pick that one up for himself.
It's the triple artillery ban.
And the final ban to come through from the side of Aeon Gaming will be Syndra. So in terms of mages that are left, you're looking at Orianna and Ryze, mainly.
Luxor's very comfortable on Ryze, but he is against Varus this game. You don't often want to pick Ryze if you know the enemy team have long-range damage dealers.
Of course, the Orianna, paired up with the Leona and the Xin Zhao, has a lot of options for Shockwave. They will run it back with another tank in the top lane. The Ornn will be taken again. Again, Gekno, very good showing on that in the first game.
He had a great first game. He's solo killed.
The Fiora is still open. Ornn can't really deal with the Fiora that well.
This is an option we see Aeon drafting towards the split lane, the split push top lane. Spike has shown this Fiora before. Oh, but it's an Urgot.
It's an Urgot. Also not a bad matchup into the Ornn.
It's a similar idea. Doesn't
Absolutely
push quite as well, but you have a self-sufficient top laner.
Team fights a hell of a lot better. So we look to see what will be taken in the mid lane. Will be the Orianna. Not terrible in the grand scheme of things. You're looking at a very poke-oriented comp coming out of Aeon Gaming as Crown going through the options that Luxor has. Both AD and AP. I wouldn't recommend an AD mid laner this game. You don't have any AP, you're into an Urgot. Will be the Lissandra.
Very interesting.
So very control-based mage. Can control a fight with relative ease thanks to the root on the W and the Frozen Tomb.
So I do believe she got buffs in the recent patch, which makes the mana cost on her Q lower. I could be mistaken, but I think she is in a better spot than she was before. Excellent in the mid jungle 2v2 because of the amount of CC she has. Great for dives as well.
Absolutely. And of course, again, these drafts, both very, very good. We will probably see an on-hit Varus again. You have an Ornn and a Leona, as well as a Lissandra, who's more of a bruisery type mage. And of course, only one tank on the side of Aeon, so the Divine Sunderer for Apo, probably not the best choice. So we'll probably see some adaptations as the game goes on, but overall, I think this game is looking to be a good one.
Yep, I do expect to see action mid lane again. Lissandra with very good gank setup options, especially when she hits 6 of her ulti. Looking to contain Cholulu.
Absolutely. So what are the win conditions for each of these teams? Let's start with CPS, considering they lost their last game.
I think with CPS, when you draft something like a Xin Zhao Lissandra, I really think you are looking for the mid jungle 2v2. You're looking to win those scuttle fights at 315. You're looking to win mid lane early on. You're looking to snowball the game, I think, and then using that priority you get start invading the jungle, start rotating. You've got a self-sufficient Ezreal, you've got a tank Aeon, so I think the Xin Zhao is really going to be playing around mid. And then, as I would say for Aeon, you've got very traditional control mage in Orianna. She needs a bit of time to really get going, and you've got long distance options with Orianna, Varus, Seraphine. So you're looking for that long distance team fight.
Playing to poke before you weather the eye of the storm, so to speak. Urgot also playing a vital role in being a lot of area damage, not only, but also the fear from the Fear Beyond Death on the ultimate, as well as the ability to separate a team with his dash forward and then just soaking up damage from the Ezreal and the Lissandra by playing to body block for his backline. And then the Ivern, just to make sure that Urgot doesn't die quite as fast.
Yeah, I think Urgot can be very beefy here, especially if the Ezreal doesn't... If the Ezreal ever falls behind here, it could be difficult to do enough damage to a tanky Urgot.
Absolutely, but on the flip side, you have a Xin Zhao who has the Crescent Guard to stop any poke going through to this backline. So it will be an interesting game as we look to load in here very, very shortly. Of course, whoever wins this game will take the series to match point and be on the cusp of claiming the title of Div 1 winners. Aeon done very well in their last game, didn't have a great first game, so we'll see if they can keep up their consistency, the momentum from the last game. And CPS looking to come back from a rough game 2 to see if they can take the game and take the series to match point.
Definitely. Could be an explosive early game again. Last time the reason Aeon got ahead was because the early game gank from Kibo didn't pan out. But, he was very close.
That he was a little bit more, and it would have worked out in CPS's favor, and that game could have gone very, very differently. However, that is not the case as of right now. Double cleanses on the side of Aeon Gaming as we look to get onto the Rift. Okay, everybody at 10.
I'm at 10.
And we are on the Rift for Game 3. So, probably another standard point cover game. Wouldn't surprise me.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Kibo once again walking up into this middle lane. Only one TP on the side of Aeon Gaming, as I was saying just before we got into game. So things could look difficult as there's already a fight starting here. It's a 4v3. Lux are taking a lot of damage. Kibo dashing forward with the Audacious Charge, going very low. Has to flash to safety. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, not sure what that fight was about. I think CPS could have done an invade, but I think they were trying to catch the Orianna off guard.
Possibly, but that did not work out in your favor.
Yeah, Kibo losing the flash here really dampens his possibilities of getting a good gank off.
That it does. Of course, relying on landing the wind becomes lightning to get any sort of gank off with the Audacious Charge. As already this Ivern clearing much quicker than the Xin Zhao. Lissandra does a lot of damage, apparently.
Yeah, with the Electrocute, she's pretty strong early.
pretty strong. I mean, Luxor has flash. We could see a level 2 kill. Meanwhile, other matchups going about how you would expect. Ezreal Leona being pushed in by Varus Seraphine. Ornn being pushed in by Urgot. So we just play the waiting game. Wait until these junglers start to decide they want to get ganks off elsewhere. Of course, this mid lane, very good gank setup for Kibo. Won't mind losing his flash as much if the W from the Lissandra lands onto Trululu. Again, a lot of damage coming out. One more Q is enough to do it, but there's not quite the damage there. The flash is up for Luxor, and Kibo is ready and waiting with the wind becomes lightning to go for a play. We'll just look to take away the Raptor camp as Luxor is being run down by Tom and Trululu. We'll get to safety with the Frozen Claw. So wasting a lot of time, taking away XP and gold from the Ivern as they can. Trululu out of Corrupting Potions already. And going very, very low. I think one rotation would be enough to secure the kill for Luxor. But Tom, still hovering this mid lane, doesn't really have much to do now that his camps are gone. So can just look to play the Disruptor. Meanwhile, Audacious charge forward onto Trululu. That's his first blood over to Kibo. Meanwhile, Tom cannot do anything to fight this Zinzao off. Luxor very, very low. Not really able to do much in return. Kibo jumps to safety. And we see the end of the play. So, CPS, first gank goes a lot better this game.
Surprised it worked out. Issue here was that Trululu just overstayed a little bit. I mean, it's worth losing 1 or 2 minions XP if you are back here, because you don't have TP. It's really important you get a good base off.
Of course, you lose your flash for it as well, so you're even more susceptible to these ganks. Meanwhile, Tom in this top lane, the root does come through. Gekno looking to do what he can, does not have the dash anymore, so is forced to flash. Will survive for now. Meanwhile, Luxor going in on Trululu. The flash comes in, the audacious charge forward. The cleanse has been used, the wind becomes lightning as well, and Luxor will pick up the second kill of the game onto Trululu.
It's really good execution here by Luxor and Kibo.
Absolutely. Seeing some of that early power we mentioned from the Zinzao Lissandra duo. As Crown and Apo able to hold their own in this lane. I mean, there's a big wave stacked, but aren't falling too far behind on CS, and they can just freeze this wave.
Yeah, Aeon are gonna have some real trouble. Ori didn't go TP. I mean, she has to take cleanse into Lissandra, but it means she loses a lot of XP here. So Lissandra's gonna hit 6 early against Ori.
A lot earlier as Tom looking into this bottom side of the map, maybe looking to go for the Drake. Gekno trying to stop Spike's back, stop him getting a bit of a cheater recall off. Doesn't quite succeed. Kibo, along with Crown in this bot side, maybe looking to get pressure for this Drake. Luxor is on his way back, Apo is on his way up. There is a control ward in the back of the pit, so they will have to pull it. But Tom, realistically, is on his own. His bot lane has backed Trululu, not in a position to follow because Luxor is there. The root does land. It's not. There is no damage coming out of this Orianna yet. His first Drake will go over to... We'll go over to CPS as a fight looks to ensue. Kibo going very low. Crown and Apo both rooted. But some kind of Call of Forge God is there. Trululu gets locked up. Crown jumps onto Tom. He gets fucked up. He will fall to Crown. Meanwhile, Gekno doing everything he can to stop Spike following on the back end of the fight. Crown takes the arrow to the back, but it does manage to survive for now. Lamps will secure that kill for himself. But it's a small consolation prize considering you lost your jungler and the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tense moment there. So many people on CPS with low health bars.
And of course, the dragon being left at 700 HP. Neither of these junglers with their smite upgrade just yet. That could have gone either way.
So we see here that Crown is probably thinking of going towards mid, but there's a control ward in a bush here.
And Tom is hovering. Meanwhile, Spike is fighting Gekno on the top side of the map. Decent damage coming out from Luxor here. Is at about half health. Does have the Frozen Tomb available to him. The Shockwave was used by Trululu to pull them both in, or to pull Luxor in at least. Doesn't result in much of anything.
Yeah, it's a really dangerous point for Aeon right here, because Luxor still has TP, and he's got ulti. He can base at some point and TP bot or top. Who knows? There's definitely like options for plays that TPS that Aeon don't.
Absolutely. Apo trading in this bot lane. Meanwhile, there's a gank in the top lane as Gekno is rooted up. The Fear Beyond Death will secure the kill. So, Aeon finding ways to keep up. But that's a 3-man mid. The flash is massive from Trululu. Kibo still tanking up the tower. And the Chain of Corruption does come out from Apo. Has to flash away because the dash is on cooldown. But Lamps will secure that kill as well. Disaster strikes for ECS as they do not get Trululu in the mid lane and lose that 80 carry in the bottom.
Yeah, that was huge for Aeon. They managed to kill Apo when he supports off. And unfortunately, Crown didn't really get anything out of that, right?
Besides double summoners from the mid laner, nothing went in favor of CPS there. But that means this Orianna still very abusable, and Luxor walking straight into the face of Tom. Daisy has been called. Kibo is in the area. Frozen Tomb has been dropped. Healing, healing, healing. Claw will come out, and he will. Luxor will get to safety. Meanwhile, Kibo just looking to play deterrence, stopping them from advancing any further onto his mid laner.
Lots of action mid lane, as we expected.
Absolutely, a lot is an understatement as we see fight after fight, blow after blow, landing onto each of these mid laners.
So I think the issue here is, whilst Luxor got a nice early kill on the Orianna with Kibo, issue here is Trululu's been farming quite well, and Orianna will scale eventually.
Absolutely, the CSD sitting at just under 15 now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the play that they were going for on Ori, I mean, her sums had already come up by then, so she just cleansed flash.
Absolutely, it looks like we may be seeing a play down towards this bottom lane. As Gekno goes on to Spike, the Call of the Forge God does come through. Kibo is in the area, but so is Tom. Neither of them close enough to do much of anything right now. Kibo does get rooted up. Trululu is here as well. The Crescent Guard is used as Kibo will jump onto Trululu, doing everything he can to try and keep himself alive. The Shockwave comes through. It's another kill going to Spike in the top lane.
Yeah, Ruben was just on the rotation, went top, recognized that play was going to happen. It's a good move. Now we see a similar idea from Luxor.
Encore does come down onto Crown. Meanwhile, Luxor in this bot lane does land the Frozen Tomb onto the Varus. Varus will fall. Luxor will take that one for himself. The Solar Flare does go wide onto Lamps, so he will take nothing but a little bit of poke damage in return. Both a summoner used from the side of Key to try and get his way out of that, but it was not quite enough. Well, Kibo jumping onto Trululu here. Trululu going very, very low. The flash from Tom to keep his mid laner alive. Meanwhile, Crown is here as well. Kibo, Trululu is already dead. Spike doing everything he can, trying to take someone with him, but Luxor will secure that one. Gekno flashing for the knockup. Doesn't quite land it onto Tom. But that is a free Herald for the side of CPS, hopefully. Or not. Looks like they're going to go for the Drake instead, as Lamps doing everything he can to slow Kibo down. The Wind Becomes Lightning does land, but is not followed up on. Key just trying to get something in this bottom lane, while CPS look to take their second Drake of the game. This is a mountain, so we're looking at Cloud or Ocean Soul. We're looking at a Cloud Soul.
Yeah, it's interesting that they opted to go for the second Drake rather than the first Rift Herald here.
Yeah, it is a bit of an interesting one.
This game looks like it's going to go the distance. What do you think?
Yeah, this game is definitely going to show us. It's going to deliver us exactly what we have been waiting for in this series, and that is a blow-for-blow game where it could go anyways. Kibo looking onto this bot lane. Solarflare lands onto the Varus, and Lamps going very, very low. The True Shot Barrage will land. Apo will pick up that one. Meanwhile, Apo going very low. Ki will take one in return and will lose his life to Kibo. Meanwhile, Tom and Spike are here to try and do something, but as is luck, so the Everfrost will not quite land, but nor will the root from Ivern.
It's a good gank by Kibo, but Ki responded well, saw the opportunity to kill Apo. In the end, it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Absolutely. As we were saying, this game going blow for blow, and they deliver as we bring the point up. Meanwhile, this top lane tower going very low. Trululu has to rotate up to try and save it.
I mean, he's at 3 deaths, but you know, he is maintaining the CS advantage. So I think this spot still very even.
Absolutely, as this is a 3v2 as the encore lands onto Crown. Crown going very low. The TP is coming in from Gekno. Crown managed to get out of Tom and keep himself alive a little bit longer. The Fabian Death does land and flees 2 members of CPS. The Call of the Forge God does come down. Spike is very, very low. May lose his life. Not quite. The Shockwave comes through and lands onto 2. Lamps and Trululu sitting, trying to force this play further than it should be. But this is just a one for nothing.
It's really a revelation this series. The shield value that Tom's been giving the rest of his team has saved so many like potential kills.
That he has is Trululu looking to get something onto Lux, so it doesn't quite manage to land the poke. Herald once again went over to Aeon this game. Trululu was forced away from his lane by Kibo, but Lamps is here to follow. The Everfrost does not quite land. Crown is there as well. The Frozen Tomb comes out. Lamps has been caught, but the Solar Flare goes wide onto Crown. Lamps will be the only... will lose their life. It looks like they will look to continue onto Orianna. Meanwhile, there is a fight in the top lane, and Gekno is caught between a crab and a tree. Trying his best to survive, can't quite do so. It's a trade for kills on 2 separate sides of the map. 4-1 now on this Urgot as Herald is dropped and first turret will fall in the top lane.
Yeah, blow for blow really, but we're seeing the power of Lissandra and Sinzel.
Lux are getting very confident. He will die. Truly will cleanse flash away.
Wow.
Bit of miscommunication there from the side of CPS, I think.
Overconfidence is an insidious killer.
That it is. I would assume Luxor thought Kibo was a bit closer than he was, goes for the fight, doesn't quite manage to do much of anything off the back of it, and this is the result. He will lose his life instead of Trululu.
Him dying there was definitely not great. I mean, he gave a shutdown to Orianna.
Apo is checked by Lamps, will have his back cancelled, but Lamps is going very low. The exhaust is there, but Apo will take the solo kill onto the support.
Yeah, we're seeing some sloppy play from both sides. Guess he just really wanted to stop the back.
I mean, stopping your back is one thing, but you don't then have to walk into the face of adversity and say, "Hello, Ezreal, I'm here. I'm giving myself to you on a silver platter." Now, Ki on his own. If he gets caught by any bit of CC, it's likely we see him die without his support. Crown looking to come back into the lane. Luxor here as well. It looks like we could be seeing a dive come in onto this Varus. Apo taking a bit of damage. The claw comes in. True Shot Barrage into the Frozen Tomb. He does fall. The on-hit is not quite enough. Meanwhile, Kibo looking on Trulu. The call of the Forge Guard does come in. The Crescent Guard has been used. Does miss. This is the third Drake of the game. And CPS are in a position to take it.
Yeah, it's a 4v5 here. I imagine Aeon's just going to give it up.
You say that, but Daisy has come out. Kibo looking to just try and take it as he can. It does get stolen away by Tom, and the Encore is massive. Gekno already losing his life, and the shockwave lands on the Kibo. Fear Beyond Death, that's a double kill for this Urgot. Tom will pick up a third. Apo and Crown running for the hills, but it's nothing they can do.
Wow, I mean, it's great recognition by Aeon to realize that Lissandra didn't have that ulti. Really punishing the lack of ultimates on CPS to go for that 4v5.
Absolutely, and Spike having a much better game this game than any of the other games in this series. 6-1 and 1 on the Urgot.
Yeah, he's unstoppable in the split lane now. And really, it's beginning to look dangerous for CPS because they had a control of the early game. Lissandra is still incredibly useful, but we're seeing now that Orianna is picking up steam. You know, her damage is going up, and this Urgot is going to be a real problem as well.
Yes, he will. With nobody to really shred through tanks, he could look to be the big thorn in CPS's side, quite both figuratively and literally, with the ultimate being a literal thorn in their side.
Fly along now. Danger is nigh.
Herald is up, Drake's up in 3 minutes, Baron's up in a minute, so Herald will vanish soon. So it looks like Aeon wish to go for it, think they can burst it down before it vanishes. Meanwhile, there's a play on the bot line. The Solar Flare does not quite land on the Spike. The Zenith Blade will connect. The Frozen Tomb comes through, but the damage just isn't there. Spike taking almost nothing in a 3v1.
Too tanky.
At this point in the game, there is nothing they can do. The Herald was picked up by Tom. As Kibo having to look to try and defend this mid lane on his own as the Herald is dropped. Luxor and Crown behind the entirety of Aeon. No Solar Flare, no Frozen Tomb. They will lose the tower. And CPS largely on the back foot now. 3k down. 1 tower to 3. 2 Drakes to 1.
I believe they used 3 ultimates on that Urgot and he didn't die. So they had nothing left to defend their mid tower.
That they did, and of course, when you're spending that many ultimates to try and shut down the Urgot in the side lane and you fail, questions start to arise. The Encore will go wide, the Shockwave will pull Kibo back. Going very low, the Crescent Guard into Flash will keep him alive for now. Blast Cone to safety.
It's just looking to poke into this jungle and gain vision control.
The control being exhibited from Aeon here is insane.
Someone needs to answer Urgot, but who?
I guess the Ornn.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be the Aeon.
Very little can be done into this Urgot as things stand. Double Moonstone on the side of Aeon Gaming, Seraphine and Ivern. There's Gekno showing the respect Spike deserves here in this side lane. He just hoping to catch waves as they come in, not giving Crown the chance to look for an opening, so it looks like we'll fall into a lull state until this dragon spawns in 30 seconds.
Both teams still hovering around Baron.
But they are. Vision is highly contested. Dragon is up in 10, as it looks like. Aeon rotating towards it. Of course, no pressure in this bot lane. Kibo and Luxor are both up towards this top side. This looks like free real estate for Aeon.
Yeah, with the Urgot having Cryo here, it's very difficult for CPS to get river control.
Absolutely, as the second Drake will go over to Aeon Gaming. It's now 2-4-2, a 2,000 gold lead for the team on the blue side.
Aeon have really slowed down the tempo of this game, and they're just looking to outscale now.
Yeah, question is, do they outscale? I mean, I ask myself that question on a regular basis, and the answer is normally no, even if I like to tell myself it's yes. But we shall see ever so shortly another on-hit Varus game, so the poke isn't necessarily as strong. Tree Shot Barrage doing some real damage, but it looks like Aeon just want to start up the Baron, try and sneak it away again. CPS, no, it's happening. Luxor is there. The TP is coming in from
TP by
Spike. Kibo is now behind the pit, but Spike is on Apo. Apo having to both flash and arcane shift away, and Spike is doing so much work for the Aeon roster.
He's so strong, it just doesn't matter if he's fighting against 3 people.
The Baron will go over to Aeon Gaming. They'll lose a turn in the bot lane for it, but it does not matter. And Aeon Gaming showing real control this game. They didn't have the best early game. They came off of game 1 where they got absolutely hard stomped. And they've shown us 2 games in a row that they can come back from it. They're riding their momentum to a T. And CPS looking lost. They don't know how to come back to it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, you know, Aeon in their comfort zone here. As I've said, they've moved away from that strange Jace pick in game 1. They put key on the Varus, you know, comfort champions, and they're pulling out this Ivern, which is doing wonders for saving this mid lane.
Absolutely. At what point do you say this Ivern is a problem and start banning it away from Pyro?
Yeah, I certainly think CPS need to make some adjustments. Maybe it's the Ivern, maybe it's the Varus. They need to change things up.
While Shockwave does land onto Crown. The Call of the Forge God will come through and land onto 3. But Kibo is in there on his own. The Solar Flare goes wide. Lamps is dead. Sterak's will keep Kibo alive for a little bit longer. Tom also gets a double kill for the CPS jungler. Gekno will take 1. That's a shutdown onto Spike. Crown lands onto Key. Shield Bow will keep him alive for now. He will take 1, but will lose his life. It's Trululu in a 1v2. Apo going very low. Apo will get a double kill. And CPS flipped the game on its head.
That was a fantastic team fight from CPS. I mean, Luxor got 3 people rooted with his W, and he hit his ultimate on all those 3. Fantastic team fight.
And of course, the Call of the Forge God coming in and being clutch from Gekno here. Showing that CPS, even though they're behind, are not to be counted out. And that just about evens the gold up. Not quite, but close enough.
Yeah. Ezreal got some really useful gold on him now. He's going to become a problem.
He will be a problem indeed. The only... You know, a pretty consistent game. Of course, everyone else kind of all over the place, but... Nah. Apo says, I'm going to be consistent. You don't get to tell me how to play the game, and he's proving to us that he can play the game even when his team is looking a little bit lost. So it looks like Drake is coming up in 30 seconds. Vision is being set up. We may see a fight for it here very, very soon as Spike is pushing forwards. True Shot Barrage goes wide on everyone. But Lamps is caught by Crown, forcing the flash to safety. But this is a big choke point. The Chain of Corruption lands onto Gekno, but will not spread to anybody else. That's some big ultimates used already as... the Solar Flare lands onto 2. The Call of Forge God comes in. The Encore lands onto 3. Crown is already dead. Lamps going very, very, very low. Lamps is dead. Kibo tanking so much with the Crescent Guard. But this Urgot is so goddamn tanky. Key and Trululu trying to get damage off as they go around. Kibo jumps onto Key. Does not manage to secure the kill. The flip comes through and it's a shutdown onto Trululu. Meanwhile, Gekno and Apo very, very low. Spike running them down. It's a double kill for Trululu. And again, the game is flipped back into the favor of Aeon.
It's another really close team fight. Key was on like 1 HP.
I don't know what to make of this game. It is going blow for blow, back and forth.
Yeah, both teams just have these unstoppable champions you can't go through. So Urgot's so tanky, but Xin Zhao's got his ulti. And both of these champs are just a wall, you know?
Absolutely. Stopping the backline from dying at any point. The second Kibo jumps forward, though, Gekno has to take his place, and he is currently not tanky enough to be able to do that. So, who's winning this game? Because I'm curious what you think here.
It's difficult to say. I would have said Aeon before, but CPS had such a good engage tools that, you know, when you see it works so well.
But when you see it fail, it's like a dead fish on land.
Yeah. I think CPS lack damage, so they really need Ezreal to stay alive the whole fight. That's going to be an issue.
The Deicide on this Ezreal now, of course the upgraded Divine Thunderer, going to do work. The Cyrildas will come in soon as well, and once that is completed, Spike is not safe. We see... Wow, okay, that's one dead already as Trululu has to use the stopwatch, but Call of the Forge God lands onto Key. Trululu going very low, Key also going very low. Key will lose his life as CPS find 2 very quick kills onto the bot laners out of what feels like nowhere.
Yeah, they just burst Lamps down, burst Key down. I mean, Crown's actually had a pretty good game on this Leona. I'm surprised he doesn't play these engaged champions more often. He's been landing his ultis on the support consistently.
Absolutely, and with that fight, CPS turn to the Baron. Spike looking to step up, try and stop them. It's a 3 versus 5. Lamps is on the way.
Yeah, it's...
Spike separated from the rest of his team. The shockwave lands onto everybody! The Fear Beyond Death is blocked by Gekno, but it's not enough as Spike is doing so much work. So many low health bars on the side of Child Protective Services. As Crown is caught by the Ivern. Lamps has returned to the fight now. Key on his way as well. Apo having to do whatever he can, but it's not quite enough. Locket is popped and lands on everybody, but Apo does not have the Arcane Shift. He will die. The Encore will miss. Gekno forced to flash away. And what was a very good fight for CPS was turned on its head with one massive shockwave.
That was the value shockwave. That was the money shockwave.
That was a highlight reel shockwave.
And now it's their turn now to take the Baron, and this time I think... Yeah, this time I think they can't be stopped.
They may just lose it. So, 5,000 gold lead in favor of Aeon. Kibo caught by Spike here. Present Guard is used to keep himself safe, but does have to flash away. Things are looking rough for CPS.
I mean, now the gap is widening. You can see how much damage one money shockwave can do. Yeah. And this Urgot, still, is very difficult to deal with him.
Is difficult indeed. You can put the Orianna out of the game, but Shockwave brings so much to a team fight. Minutes left on the Drake. Sole point for the side of Aeon Gaming. 3 Cloud Drakes already. 1 more would mean these ultimates are off cooldown quicker than you can blink. Crown caught in a position he doesn't really want to be in. Apo doing what he can. The shields on lamps are insane, as CPS can't walk in for vision.
We've seen this before.
We have been here before indeed. Spike, now that Cyrillas is completed, is taking a lot of damage to Apo. Oh my lord. The damage coming out of the Zezreal is insane. The Redemption has been used. The True Shot Barrage goes very, very wide. Dragon is up in 5 seconds. No vision for the side of CPS. Kibo is on a flank. Meanwhile, Aeon decides to start the objective. And it looks like CPS will say, take it. That is Soul. Cloud Soul for the side of Aeon. These ultimates are going to give a burst of movement speed, which means you can never escape Crown. Caught by Spike, doing everything he can to survive, but it's not quite enough. He will lose his life to Trolulu. And now I think Aeon just push through the mid and potentially end the game.
Yeah, they've got Baron buff. It's a 4v5 situation. Not sure if they'll end or not. They've been playing it quite slow, but we'll see.
Once again, CPS relying on this Elder. But Apo going very low, caught by the Shockwave, has to return to base. Using the Baron minions to poke down these towers with real efficiency. But CPS, they have to play for the Elder win con. If they don't get it, game's looking scary, as Spike is split pushing in a side lane. This is a 4-1 composition as this mid tower falls. Kibo taking a lot of damage. Call of Forge God comes in. That's a big root coming through from Luxor, but it's not enough. Lance has to flash to safety. Has a big shield. Crown going onto the backline. The Solar Flare does not land. Trolulu. And Crown taken down as well. Spike dealing with everybody else. Kibo will fall to Tom. Shockwave will land onto Gekno. Apo in a 1v5 situation, doing everything he can. Rooted up by Tom and will lose his life. Aeon Gaming, after a terrible Game 1, will come back in Game 2 and come back again in Game 3, taking the series to match point over Child Protective Services. Amazing performance from Aeon Gaming over the past 2 games, showing that they are not to be beaten down. They go down in Game 1 and they come back swinging 2 games in a row.
And this was a great performance by Aeon. They had to come back from behind in the early game. You know, Trolulu had, at one point, 3 deaths, no kills. It was looking rough, but they weathered the storm.
Were able to bite back with ferocity. So, 1 game stand between Aeon Gaming and the title of Div 1 winners for this split. However, I am going to throw to a break. And when we're back, we'll see if CPS can bring it back, or if Aeon Gaming will take the series 3-1. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back with you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the fourth game of this series between Aeon Gaming and Child Protective Services. After three very intense games, Aeon Gaming are 2-1 up in the series and take Child Protective Services to match point, potentially ending their hopes and dreams of winning Div 1 of the Valence League. Child Protective Services have opted to go back onto the blue side for this game, so we'll see if they can bring it back and take us to Game 5. But first, we must go through draft. Once again, Xerath seeing a ban. The Ivern respect has finally come through from the side of CPS, which we spoke about last game, and how this champion has been a deciding factor in the past two games for the side of Aeon Gaming. As we look to see what the third bans are, the Ashe will make its run back. So the Ivern replacing what was Fiora, Jarvan, and something else. I can't remember what. Aeon sticking with the same bans. Vayne, Corki, probably the Lee Sin coming through here, as we look to see what ECS will pick first. And they will take the Seraphine for themselves, most likely going back onto Crown, who had an amazing showing on it in Game 1. Soon we shall find out exactly what Sona has been picked for the side of Aeon Gaming. Not something you typically see, but she has just been reworked and does have power behind her. So we shall see if that is to go with. The Kindred had also been taken for Tom this game. As we see what CPS decide to come back with on picks 2 and 3. Kindred, definitely counterable in the current meta, as CPS say, okay, we'll run it back with Ezreal Victor. So we're looking at very, very similar draft to Game 1, what worked for them so well. Will it work again, or will it crash and burn at the feet of Aeon Gaming? We shall find out very soon as they make their third pick of the draft. The Kog'Maw has come in. Bit of a different champion.
Yeah, this is going to be AP Kog'Maw most likely, as that's what Trelulu typically plays.
You think they're sending this to the mid lane? You don't think it's going to key?
It could go to key, but when I see a Kog'Maw, I know that it's something that Trelulu plays, and he's shown it on previous occasions.
Xin Zhao has now been taken away for the first time this series. Trundle still open. Viego still open, and Diana is still open. So what we see here could depend. The Varus is taken away, so CPS along the very same thought process that you are going along, that this Kog'Maw is going mid lane, or they're trying to force it into this bottom lane. The Zac is also banned away from Kibo. A lot of lockdown, very good early pressure, very good into the Kindred. And the final ban of the game, I'm expecting probably another AD carry ban.
You know, I have a feeling this Sona isn't gonna go support.
No, I think we could see it go AD carry as the Ziggs is taken away. So, what do Aeon Gaming want to take here? They are blinding something as the Jinx is taken. So Kog'Maw is indeed going into this middle lane. Sona most likely going in support alongside the Jinx. So, what do you take in answer to the Kindred here, and then what do you blind as a top laner? That is a very viable pick into the Kindred, I'll be perfectly honest with you. Kayn has been locked in for, I would assume, Kibo. It's the Wukong. Come on. We've been saying all series we want to see Gekno on a more carry-oriented champion. But they just go for Sion.
Denied.
My hopes and dreams have been dashed, as have CPS's if they lose this game, as the Tom Kench comes through for Spike. Whose draft do you favour here?
Difficult. CPS are playing a very kind of almost a standard comp, really. While Aeon have gone for this triple carry threat.
Question is, what are the win conditions? Let's start with Aeon this time.
Yeah, I think Aeon are really looking. Look, they drafted a Tom Kench, very useful for protecting your carries. They've got the Kindred ulti to protect their backline. They've got Sona. This is a team that's looking to have 3 high damage threats that they can just keep alive with all the tools that they have at their disposal. While when we look at CPS, we're looking at a much more standard comp. You know, this is Victor, Sion, teamfight comp, but you've got the option of Kayn, who's providing that backline access, and you've got the Ezreal as well, who again is perhaps looking to poke out those threats. But you know, I think both of these teams are looking to teamfight. The issue is, I think that Sona is providing so much by way of sustain. I'm liking Aeon's comp, though I do think a lot is going to be dependent on the early game, where there's a risk to just get rolled, you know?
Absolutely, you're looking at 2 very heavy scalers in Kog'Maw and Jinx. Kindred really the only damage threat who can get online relatively quickly. So if you can't make plays with her in the early game, could be looking at a bit of a difficult game for Aeon to play.
Yeah, I think with Tralulu on Artillery Mage, I think we might well see another masterclass from him.
He could indeed.
He is so good on his AP Kog'Maw. So good.
I'll take your word for that one because I'm yet to see it. But as we keep saying and cannot stress enough, if Child Protective Services lose this game, they have lost the title. Match point for Aeon Gaming, and they have gone for what I can only describe as a complete death ball of a composition to try and take the game away.
Yeah, I think the saving grace for that comp really is that Kayn and Victor aren't champions that can abuse a Kog'Maw that early, really.
I am very excited to see how this game plays out. Will it be a 20-minute banger? Will it be a 40-minute slugfest? Who knows? I sure don't.
Hmm. So who do you think's won draft here, Seeker?
It's hard to say. Of course, there's some untraditional picks on the side of Aeon Gaming in the Kog'Maw and the Sona. At the same time, you have the Kayn and the Scion coming through for CPS. So I think this isn't an even draft. It's going to depend on the skill of players, as well as how well they work together as a team, as to who will come out on top this game. Which is fitting.
Very interested to see how Kibo plays this game out. Is he just gonna full clear, or is he gonna do what he's done in these previous 3 games, which is gank mid early?
Depends what form he wants to go for. Of course, can't really easily get Rast, the red Kayn form, without going to this top lane. Everybody else on this team is ranged. So we may just see him sit in the top lane, or we could see him abuse the mid bot and try his best to get Shadow Assassin to one-shot someone on this backline. Yep.
Yep.
We are on the Rift for Game 4 of the series. If I can click buttons, that would be ideal. Probably see standard point 5 point again. I don't expect any of these teams to attempt to go for an invade. I don't think they have the power to go for an invade.
Yep, and it's their standard practice this series.
Apo once again trying to get some pokes onto Lamp, trying to stack up that mana flow band. Doing so with relative success. 12 stacks on this tier already. "18 stacks on this tier already. Lamps is not having a fun time at all." As Gekno walking into the face of Spike here, taking a relatively unwanted trade. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to back, so that's gonna matter.
That will matter indeed. It looks like we are going to be seeing a top side start for this Kindred and a bot side start for the Kayn. So, the real question is, can Tom snowball this game to a point where he can 1v9 it? That's what I'm looking at, because that's normally what you want to do when you pick Kindred. You just want to snowball the game to the ends of the earth. It's normally quite an effective strategy as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting him to farm heavily. Doesn't really have the best gank setup in any lane, really.
Not at all. As Spike looking to trade very aggressively onto Gekno. Stun does come through. Gekno going very, very low, and this is why the Tahm Kench is a threat in that top lane. His damage is obscene.
Yeah, really uses level 2 advantage really well.
So, about what you would expect, pressure from the Victor, pressure from the Tahm Kench, and about even in the bot lane.
I think he's going for an invade here.
They're aware he is there as Trululu does start to rotate.
Yeah, I really don't like the way that Kibo's been pathing this series. I mean, he did... In general, I think the risk of taking like all your bot camps, but not going to your top side. When you do this, and your gank fails, or your invade fails, it means you fall behind.
Absolutely. And we're seeing that right now. He is a camp down. Both scuttles are up. The mark is on the other side of the map to where he is. Which, if he had cleared normally, he would be able to take it away from Tom. But alas, he cannot. As he does start to rotate up towards the top side, maybe looking to try and take it, but with no pressure top and Spike already being there, it's going to be difficult, as it has already been killed by Tom, as they look to go to his top side, as he is on his own in a 1v2. Luxor has rotated around, Trululu also ready. Gekno there now as well. We're looking at a 3v3. The blue buff going very low will be secured by Tom. Spike able to just kind of soak up damage here. Trululu doing everything he can. Tom doing what damage he can. Crown is here now as well. Trululu in a position he doesn't want to be in, and Tom as well, stuck between two people. First blood will go to Luxor. Trululu going very low. Kibo having to leave, run for his life as Crown does everything he can. That's another kill over to the side of CPS as Trululu falls. Crown may very well lose his life as well. Teleport from Gekno to dissuade, and yeah, to dissuade any further play. Spike going in as Trululu TP's back. And at that point, the play has been overplayed and it is over.
Aeon just looking for a bit too much. They got the mark on the scuttle. They thought they could also get the blue buff, but they would just collapse on. They didn't expect Crown to rotate.
Expecting the unexpected is all part of the game, though. Crown does a lot for his team and manages to secure a second kill that realistically would not have been got otherwise.
Yeah, it's a good early game from CPS, and with blue buff being transferred to Victor, it's gonna make things a little bit annoying for this Kog'Maw.
Absolutely, and this is not the first time we have seen a good early game from CPS in this game. It is the third game of 4. They have had a good early game, but only one of them have they managed to close out with a win. So we will see if this game follows the trend of winning or follows the trend of losing with an early game, a decent early game play.
So I criticized Kibo's pathing early on, but one thing that he has done well is whenever he needs to traverse the rest of his jungle, he'll always look for these ganks mid. And whenever he trades his health, it's always a net positive, because he can sustain through the jungle, but Trululu doesn't have his teleport anymore.
No, he does not, which means getting forced out of lane is detrimental to this Kog'Maw's success. And Gekno, on the converse, doing very well to match this Tahm Kenshin trades.
Yeah, Crown's looking for good opportunities to roam.
As Trululu gets flashed on, Chaos Storm is doing work. Will net result in a kill. Living Artillery doing very little. Spike is there as well, but Crown is here to keep his mid laner alive. Very aggressive from Luxor, but it works out in the end. You're seeing the downside of this Kog'Maw pick in the fact that its early pressure simply non-existent.
It's a great job by Luxor, and yeah, part of the reason that health difference was precisely the gank from Kibo, just chunking 30% off the Kog'Maw.
Absolutely, and it looks like a gank topside failed. Gekno gets away using the ultimate, and now we're looking at a gank mid from, or bot from Kibo. Lamps forced to flash already. Key as well. That's very good. Forcing both of the bot laners, squishy bot laners flashes off of what was realistically just a W.
Yeah. CBS playing with real intent here. I mean, always looking for good opportunities.
Once again, CPS for third game of 4, securing the first Drake of the game for themselves.
Yeah, they've been putting a lot of priority on the early Drake.
and have been ignoring the heralds with ease. Meanwhile, Lamps, Key, and Tom are all here. Apo taking some poke, but Luxor is there and he will blow Lamps up. The True Shot Barrage will land and take the kill for itself. Spike gets a massive, misses the knockup, but slows Luxor. Luxor will fall to Tom. That's a shutdown going over to this Kindred. That's not what you want. Meanwhile, Spike trying to chase down the other two members of this roster. That's 2 kills for 2.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS have done this multiple times where they'll look for a play bot and then immediately rotate to the dragon. But as you can see, there's some risks here involved. They just weren't quite fully set up for it, and they lost a lot of health.
A lot of health is an understatement to be said. They lost 2 lives off back of it. After failing that gank bot lane, they gave a kill over to Trululu and a kill over to Tom, which is not ideal by any means. As Spike looking to once again trade aggressively onto Gekno. Tongue Lash goes wide. Devourer will come through to cancel the decimating smash, as it does look like a wet noodle fight, but Kibo is here. Spike is cancelled from jumping and has to use the flash. Meanwhile, the Umbral Trespass will cause the kill. Kibo picks up that one for himself.
That's well played by Kibo and Gekno. Cancelling the Tom Kench's escape.
Absolutely, very well played indeed, as Tom is here to just stop the push in its tracks. But CPS doing a lot of work here, as the True Shot Barrage already doing a lot of work on this bot lane. Apo and Crown getting lead after lead almost every game so far. Question is, will it translate, or will Aeon find a way back into this game?
Yeah, Aeon really just need to hold on until their Jinx and Kog'Maw come online. Right now, they just can't do much.
Can't do much at all. Seems like we'll fall into a little bit of a lull state, as the only objective on the map is Herald, and as we know, CPS not gone for a Herald at all this series, or at least if they have, they've not secured it. They will be looking for another gank onto this top lane. The Decimating Smash manages to knock him up, and then the ult to cancel the jump away. Spike taking a lot of damage, forced to use the shield, but it might not be enough. The Emerald Trespass is still on cooldown, so the execute from Tom could be there. Spike doing everything he can, but will fall to Kibo in the process. Had he not, the True Shot Barrage would have been enough to kill him anyway, as Crown, caught by Trululu, has to flash. Living Artillery doesn't quite land, as Apo caught in a 1v2 against this bot lane, but it doesn't look like it will matter too much.
Yeah, Gekno's been playing really well so far.
Absolutely
correct to cancel the escape.
Absolutely, forcing Spike into a position where he can't play the game. This dragon is spawning in a minute, and Apo doing very well to nullify this bot lane, as the Encore does come through, does go wide onto Trululu, but he is slowed, he is going very low, and the Chaos Storm should be enough to finish up. Flash to safety, very barely. Meanwhile, Lamps and Key running down Apo on the bot side, denying him as much CS as is possible.
And you're seeing how useful the Ezreal pick is. Crown's finding these opportunities to constantly roam mid and affect the state there, and unfortunately Lamps and Key just don't have the tools to dive Ezreal easily.
Not at all. I mean, even with the Crescendo, you're looking at 2 very squishy bot laners who cannot sustain turret damage by any means whatsoever.
The only saving grace here is that Tom's been doing a good job farming on this Kindred. And obviously, he's got one of the kills.
Let's find out how many marks he has, shall we? He is sitting on 3. So close to that range upgrade. As the Herald is dropped mid for CPS. Forcing 2 plates. Gold is shared between Crown and Kibo. Lamps is here to help Trululu briefly. Just to try and alleviate some of the pressure, while Key dukes it out with Apo in the bottom lane. This dragon is up. It is the second dragon of the game, and CPS are looking to take it.
It's a great rotation. Getting mid prio, rotate the Drake. Very good fundamentals from CPS here.
Absolutely, is the second game, or second dragon even, goes over to CPS, and this is another Mountain Soul. The same soul we had in game 1 when CPS won. So maybe that's a sign of things to come, as Luxor does flash forward onto Trululu. The flash crescendo from Lamps to keep Trululu alive, but Lamps takes a lot of damage in the process. But Luxor, no flash. True Shot Barrage goes wide. Tom is here to kill you. You may have just bitten off more than you can chew, as Tom will pick up that kill for himself. Rast is here, but the Lamb's Respite will keep Lamps alive for now. Gekno will take that one. Kibo going very low, but Tom will also lose his life. Kibo will die, as well as it's Trululu and Spike versus Gekno, and Crown the Devour comes in. Key is here now as well. Decimating Smash will miss Trululu. The Encore lands onto 2, but Trululu still free hitting. Super Mega Death Rocket does land, but this Scion is so tanky. Trululu will take Crown. Gekno doing what little he can to survive.
Wow, I mean, it's really been the tale of 2 mid laners here, hasn't it? I mean, Luxor was playing so well, but he's just been a little too aggressive. Getting caught out by the Kindred, and then, you know, Ruben Trululu really kept his distance well. He was constantly outputting DPS from behind, and that's where Artillery AP Hogmore really shines.
That it does, going untouched and being able to just free fire onto the enemy team. However, that puts Kindred at 4 marks. Kraken Slayer completed. She has her range increase. She could start to be a thorn in CPS's side.
Yeah, she has a decent lead on Kibo now.
Of course, Trululu has his mythic finished. It's 2 mythics to 1. And Tom, caught out by Luxor, will take a lot of damage, but will survive thanks to Lamps. Meanwhile, Spike jumping onto Gekno in the top lane. True Shot Barrage lands onto Trululu. Doesn't quite hit. Oh, does land onto Tom. Sorry, my bad. But nothing more will come of it, as it looks like mid tower will be the first to fall eventually. Good wave clear coming through from Aeon here.
Both teams have great distance options in terms of poke.
That they do. But Trululu taking more hits than Apo. Lamps taking more hits than Apo. He's just able to sit here for free. The crescendo comes in. Turret does fall, but Apo going very low. Kibo is here. Kibo wants Lamps' life. The Umbral Trespass comes in, and that is another kill going over to the CPS jungler. And another turret got destroyed in the top lane.
CBS are increasing the gold lead now.
A much better game from them. Dragon up in a minute and a half. Herald up in a minute. What's more important to you, CPS? Soul Point or the Herald?
Well, we know how what they'll choose here.
Yeah, we do. And quite frankly, rightly so. Soul Point will always have a step up on Second Herald. Second Herald is not that worth it. However,
I mean, it's Mountain Soul as well, so...
Absolutely, which makes your Kayn and your Scion untouchable. And of course, nobody can buy Serpent's Fang this game. There is no Jace to build that item. There is nobody to shred through the Seraphine/Mountain shields. It's Gekno once again taking a fight with Spike in the top lane and coming out on the better end of it.
Yeah, wet needle fight.
There is so little to do on the map until these objectives spawn. And it looks like we may just see them given up by the side of Aeon. 30 seconds on this dragon. And
they are having some
CPS.
difficulties. They still haven't even gotten their first tower yet, and it's because their draft is just takes too much. They don't really have a lane, except maybe the Kench, but Jinx and Kog'Maw both take time to come online. That's why they haven't found a way in yet.
100%. This bot turret looking very close to falling. A slight breeze would knock it over. However, it's a 4v5 in this jungle at the moment with Luxor on the flank. Looks like Aeon are happy to go for this dragon. Kibo looking to try and get a flank off where possible. Decimating Smash will come through. Scuttle is taken by CPS. But they are taking a lot of poke in the process because this is where the range advantage comes in for the side of Aeon. You can never walk in as CPS. This dragon going very, very low. 1400 health as a Scion ult comes through, but it will be secured. The Encore lands onto 2. That's 1 dead already. Lamps picked up by Apo. Spike going very low as well. Luxor will take that one for himself. Tom forces the Lamb's Respite to stay alive. Gekno doing everything he can. That's another kill to Kibo. That is a 3 for 2 in favor of CPS as Luxor is flashing for Trululu. Apo going in on Key, taking him, flashing away from the living artillery shot from Trululu. And Apo getting greedy, looking for this Kog'Maw will be shut down. Kibo now wants to try his luck against the AP Kog'Maw. Yes.
Yeah, now this AP Kog'Maw is big. I mean, we're beginning to see his power now that he's got some items. He's able to output just so much damage from range.
That he is, and he is now 5, 2, and 3 after that fight. People running into him left, right, and center.
I've seen Ruben play this AP Kog'Maw a few times, and it's often been the tale that he'll falls behind early, only to clutch it in the late game, because he's gonna get enough gold eventually to just do so much damage from a distance where you can't touch him.
Absolutely, at some point, this Kog'Maw is going to become a bigger problem than CPS can deal with. Question is, how soon will that be? The Baron is now up. Kibo looking to go onto Spike, will cancel the jump away. Luxor there to provide backup damage. Chaos will come through and Spike will fall. Meanwhile, Crown is caught out by Tom. Crown, you cannot be there. You don't have the damage. Lamps will take that kill. And Gekno tried to go onto Trululu in the bot lane. Doesn't quite manage to do enough damage to force him away.
Yeah, Spike's been getting caught out quite a few times this game. It's unfortunate, he hasn't once been able to actually get out. He always gets cancelled.
Crown as well, sitting at the same scoreline, been caught in every fight so far. Looking difficult. Kindred now sitting on still 4 marks, so she's not been able to get any more since. But this Kog'Maw getting very big, almost has a second item. I'm not quite sure what he's going for though. Don't need to see large rod. Maybe a Horizon focus. It's Crown walking into Tom and Lamps. Yet again, the crescendo comes down and Tom will take that one. You cannot be checking this jungle anymore, my friend, because you will just pop. This Kindred pick really starting to show its power when paired up with the Sona.
Yeah, just not respecting the control that CPS had in the bot river.
Dragon is up in a minute 45. Trululu is getting pressure in this bot lane. Kibo looking for something. Gekno has TP'd in. Kibo is here. Luxor is here. Trululu will die. Shut down. Goes over to Luxor. And that is 800 gold total. But in the meantime, Baron has been started by Aeon Gaming. And the only person there to try and stop them is Appa. Meanwhile, Gekno coming in with the ultimate. And the unstoppable onslaught there, as Spike caught on the wrong side of the rift goes very, very low and will be picked up by Luxor. And now it is CPS looking to the Baron.
Yeah, I'm with both Ruben and Spike down. This honestly looks a little free.
Just a tiny bit. Lamps and Tom taking a good bit of damage. True Shot Barrage goes wide, but Kibo has said, fuck the Baron, I want the Sona and the Jinx. They both fall very quickly at that. And now Luxor looking for Tom, looking for Trululu, as the Baron will be secured by CPS.
And they're getting towards a healthy 5k. Gold lead, 6k. I mean, CPS are looking like they can just end the game soon, maybe.
That they are. The game could very well be on the cusp of taking us to Game 5, to taking us to Silver Scrapes. But for now, a 6,000 gold lead to CPS. Third Dragon has been started up by CPS. Sorry, fourth Dragon is their third. As this mid tower is looking to be broken open. As Lamps is taking a fair amount of damage. This tower will fall, and CPS will back off for now. Yikes! That True Shot Barrage damage.
Yeah, Aeon still hasn't got their first tower yet. It's so difficult for them now to have vision control.
That it is. We are sitting at still about a 6k gold lead. 4 towers to 0, 3 drakes to 1, 18 kills to 11. And of course, we have Rast on the field. We have a fed Victor and a scary Ezreal. But the carries on the side of Aeon are getting their items. Collector finished for Kindred. Runan's finished for the Jinx. Seraph's finished for the Kog'Maw. If Spike can delay long enough, we could be seeing a very different game. Gekno caught up by Spike and Lamps. The Crescendo will come in. He will flash to safety for now. Meanwhile, Trululu caught out by Kibo on the top side. The Lamps Spike will keep him alive.
Extremely odd gank top, because you're never going to have the damage to kill the Scion.
Yeah, I'm not sure. On the flip side, I mean, the Lamb's Spike was used by Tom to keep his mid laner alive. That could be dangerous. No, Gekno's taking no damage from this Jinx. The unstoppable onslaught used towards Tom in the bot lane. It does not land, but Trululu has to flash to safety. The Encore does not land onto anybody. And now, CPS are on the back foot. They're having to run through towers. That's one shutdown thanks to the tower onto Luxor. And now, Aeon can look to fight back. Apo going relatively low. Crescendo is not yet available to Lamps. Kibo looking for something on the side, but Spike, in the meantime, providing frontline for Tom as he goes in for the knockup, doesn't land it on anyone, and the slow misses as well. So it's just one kill over to the side of Aeon in return for that bot tier 2.
I just have no way to actually catch up to them. They don't really have any engage options other than maybe like a flash. Can flash Sona. It's very limited in how they actually start the fight.
That it is, but once CPS have committed to the fight, they have very few ways to get back out again. As we saw with Luxor, committing his flash and still not surviving from behind the tower. Aeon finally picking up their first tower of the game. We have 2 minutes until the Drake is up, and that is sole point for CPS.
I mean, the good thing about Aeon's comp is they have so much wave clear that, you know, if someone like Luxor dies, that just ends your push completely.
That it does, of course. Luxor able to do a decent chunk of damage to Spike now. The Liandry's really proving to be strong. Chaos Storm comes in and just chunks Spike out. Flash will come through, but he stops to cast, and it will be his demise.
Yeah, questionable decision there. Very, very questionable.
That's to say the least. Tom and Trululu up in this top lane looking for something. Luxor going very low, but the Scion ulting in catches onto Trululu. The Lance Spike to keep both Tom and Trululu alive for now. Key doing massive damage on the back. Tom flashes away. Trululu will fall. That's 2 very quick kills. The Crescendo lands onto 2. That is 1 returned to Key. Make it maybe a second. Make it a second. Lamps also going very low as a 3rd kill will be turned over to Key. That is a triple kill. Never mind, Lamps picked up 1.
Key was Uzi there.
Key playing very, very well there on this Jinx, picking up 2 kills for himself, and now Spike is here to stop this push. The inhib may still fall.
Yeah. It's just too little too late.
But Key, that is what you like to see. Has that last whisper now. Very soon, we'll be able to melt through this Scion and will be a threat to the enemy team as long as he is safe. There's a TP coming down on this Drake from Trululu. CPS not quite there, ready to contest it, but it's not up for another 7 seconds. The Tree Shot Barrage comes through, looking to chunk people out. Will not land onto anybody. However, it does tell CPS that Aeon are looking for the Dragon. Kibo looking to go in here. This is sole point for the Child Protective Services squad. As Tom already dead, the Encore lands onto 1, and the fight is over before it's begun. Spike, Tom, and Lamps all dead. Trululu and Key left to defend in a 2v5 versus the entirety of CPS with the Mountain Soul, and it looks like they just go straight for Baron.
We're gonna be going into game 5.
I think we may be going to game 5. You may be right, good sir. However, I'm not counting out Aeon just yet. I've seen what a Jinx can do. I've seen what a Cogmore can do, especially when given this much time to scale. And I'm not gonna count me blessings just yet. I think we may very well see a comeback if the game goes on long enough. A lot of damage onto Trululu there from Luxor.
There's always hope when you have triple carries, but you just don't have any real...
Gekno taking so much damage here, but Luxor there just blows up the jungler.
Whew.
From Aeon. 3 item Victor, 12 and 4. You cannot walk up to this guy, he will pop you.
Honestly, Luxor's had such a good series. I mean, even in the games where CPS lost, he's been playing well.
The second game was questionable. But other than that,
it was alright. It was alright.
He's playing well. So, Elder is up in 4.5 minutes. Baron is up in 5. Baron is still on the side of CPS. And they have the ability to push from a decent distance. Spike will not get to play the game versus this Ezreal anymore, who does now have that Cyrilda's Grudge. 1 Q onto a squishy target could half health them as well. As we just look to see a 4-1 push again. The True Shot Barrage does go wide, but the inhib tower will fall, as will the inhib. 1 inhib is already open, a second is about to fall. CPS could look for the 3rd. Gekno pushing up. Tom tagged up by the Cyrilda's slow. Going very low Luxor. The crescendo comes in, but it doesn't do much. As it looks like we could be seeing the fight that ends the game as 1 Nexus tower is down. Gekno goes in. That's a double encore onto Key and Spike. Meanwhile, Kibo going into 3-man knock-up. Spike going very, very low. The Lambsra Spike will save him for now. But at that, CPS will take us to a game 5. Cue the Silver Scrapes. Very.
Blow for blow, but CPS in the end got an unstoppable gold lead.
Very well played from the CPS squad. As they take us to game 5, we're looking at Silver Scrapes. We were right in saying this would go to 3-2, Dopa Student. Now I must ask you, who will come out victorious?
It's really, really tough call, this one. Really, really tough to call. For me, I feel like CPS's form this series have been good because they've been more or less consistently getting the early game lead. The only game they didn't get the early game lead was game 2 because the gank, which nearly worked, by the way, the gank which nearly worked got turned. And honestly, that was the only reason Aeon got ahead. But consistently, what I've been seeing in this series is that CPS have been proactive in ganking early, often focusing mid lane, and it's been working. And to be honest, if that pattern continues, I do think I have to give it to CPS.
So are you saying CPS 3-2?
Yeah, I have to give it to CPS 3-2.
On the converse, I'm saying Aeon Gaming 3-2. They have been playing very, very well up until this point, even in games where they're behind, despite a couple of missteps. But the main reason I say it is we have only seen CPS win with one type of draft. The Victor, the Ezreal, the Seraphine. You don't get all three, you don't win the game. We've seen that already. So if that is identified by Aeon, I believe we could see Aeon take this 3-2, so that will be my prediction.
It really comes down to whether Aeon makes the correct adjustments.
Absolutely.
I think you're right. CPS always puts priority on the Seraphine, on the Ezreal. Those are definitely champs that you can look to take your ban. I think Lux's pull is not really something that's easy to target. Not without sabotaging your own mid laner's pool. So I really do want to see Aeon respond to the Ezreal pick because it's allowing Crown to do things which, quite frankly, he shouldn't be allowed to do.
Absolutely. However, I'm going to throw us to a break. I hope we have Silver Scrapes queued up because we're going to a game 5. Don't go anywhere, guys, as we will be back very soon for game 5 of Child Protective Services versus Aeon Gaming.
Silver Scrape going to game 5. Going to game 5.
It's even worse than I thought it would be.
Want to go anywhere? Fuel the Silver Scrape going to game 5. From the game 5. Want to go anywhere? Because view of the silver scrape showing the game 5. From the game 5. Want to go anywhere? Because view of the silver scrape showing the game 5.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 5 of Aeon Gaming versus Child Protective Surfaces. Aeon Gaming have opted for the blue side this game in the final game between two titans of teams. Whoever wins this will take the Division 1 title, as well as bragging rights, of course.
Yeah, and it's been a banger series. Hoping this one goes all the way to the finish line.
Indeed, we are. We have varying predictions between the two of us. You say CPS 3-2, and I argue that Aeon could take it 3-2, but we will see as we get to the draft.
We'll see what adjustments they make. I just think CPS's early game, they've shown more proactiveness, more agency, and they've been consistently getting those leads.
That they have. Vayne once again taken away, as is the Corki. Zarath also gone. Ivern as well. Expecting the Ashe to be the third ban here. Are we going to see a salty run back just on different sides? No, the Victor ban comes through instead of the Lee Sin.
Yeah, making an adjustment, realizing they haven't been able to deal with it, quite frankly.
Absolutely, as the Seraphine ban also comes through from CPS, so the Ashe left up. As is the Lee Sin. The Ashe is taken for Key. As Kane may just be the run back for Kibo, despite the Lee Sin being available. Yeah, it's real. Safe pick, had it 4 games of the 5 and have done relatively well on it. As the Kane is just run back for Kibo.
I mean, he did well on it the previous game, but I just don't like it.
I feel like with the Lee Sin open, they called his bluff and said, "You won't play this," and he walked straight into their trap.
Yeah, he's had fantastic Lee Sin games, and I think CPS's pattern of play has been their mid jungle.
Jarvan has been picked for Tom here. Something that was also banned away from them in game 2. So we're seeing a lot of banned picks left open for the side of Aeon Gaming here.
Are we going to see the LeBlanc?
The Nautilus will be the pickup. So Ashe, Nautilus in this bot lane for Aeon Gaming. We could see the LeBlanc. I think both of these mid laners could pick it. It's just a question of which one has the confidence to do so. If you want to pick it, you need to make sure the Lissandra is banned away. The Rise is picked for Luxor.
Yeah, I mean, it's a comfort pick for Luxor. His Victor and Corki's being banned. This is his 3rd comfort, basically. It also does well into the TF. So, reasonable choice.
The Orianna banned away. Will we see the Syndra? Will we see the LeBlanc? Will we see something else? As we wait on the 4th ban to come through from the Yuumi ban. Says really Yuumi, a very safe lane. Crown. With the Seraphine gone, he showed preference towards that Yuumi as well. I would quite like to see the Syndra taken away here.
Yeah.
The Vel'Koz, instead, going to be given respect.
Yeah, it makes sense. He had a really good Vel'Koz showing.
That he did.
But this does leave Syndra open, and Syndra is known for having a good matchup into Rise.
Exactly. As the final ban will be the Ornn away from Gekno. Played 3 games? 2 games of it? I'm trying to remember what he played in game 2, and I'm failing. Oh, Malphite. So he's played 2 games of the Ornn. The Rakan comes in for Crown.
Not sure how I feel about that. Could have easily gone for something like Leona.
Could have, but the Rakan serves the same purpose and has aspects of an enchanter. As the Annie is picked for Tralulu.
Yeah, I've seen this a few times. It is his option when everything else is banned. Really strong. 2v2 with the Jarvan, but does have issues maybe with contesting Rise wave clear.
And finally, the Mordekaiser blind pick in this top lane. It's the first time this series, counter pick has been given to Gek now, and we've said every time we want to see him on a carry champion. When it matters most, what will he be put on? Will be the Mundo. So it's just another tank. What are the win conditions for this game?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I think Aeon have drafted. They finally have got their chances to put Key on the Ashe. He's been very good on the Ashe. Ashe Nautilus, very strong bot lane 2v2. Expect to see some action, especially when they hit 6. Very self-sufficient lane that's fully capable of killing. Again, Annie J4, great 2v2 potential. So what we're seeing here is, on Aeon's side, a team which, in these scraps, can get great advantages with their sheer damage and CC. And then when you look at CPS, I think we're going to see a pattern which we've seen with Apo and Ezreal a lot, which is very often he's going to be alone. Crown is going to roam mid, try and affect mid lane. I think Luxor very often when he plays Rise is looking to coordinate with his jungler, uses Empower W to root any mid laner and get those kills that way. But we'll see.
That we will. So which draft are you preferring? CPS, I'm assuming.
I think CPS's draft would be good if they didn't pick Kane. If they picked something like a Lee Sin or a Xin Zhao, but I just think Kane takes a bit longer to come online. And as I've said in this series, mid jungle 2v2, like just the early game fights around mid lane, around Scuttle have been so crucial that's why I don't like the Kane. It's why I like the J4 on Aeon's side. And I think I'm going to just about give it to Aeon because I think finally Aeon have a draft which is going to punish CPS if Apo is left alone, because this Ashe and this Nautilus combo makes it so easy to dive Ezreal.
That it does. So we'll be in game very, very shortly. Mundo, Kane, Rise, Ezreal, Rakan versus Mordekaiser, Jarvan, Annie, Ashe, and Nautilus. Kill pressure is definitely in Aeon's favor with the Mordekaiser Death Realm, the Cataclysm, Tibbers, Chant Crystal Arrow, and the Depth Charge. Of course, the safety is anything but non-existent for the side of CPS. Rakan with the Battle Dance, able to keep his team alive. Ezreal with the Arcane Shift. Rise once he has that Everfrost. Kane being able to go through walls, and Mundo just being a tanky son of a gun. Might make it harder for Aeon to secure those
I want to see Pyrotom take more initiative in his early game pathing, go for some ganks mid, because really I think a lot of these games have been decided on who's been winning mid lane. And CPS have been more consistently able to support their mid laner because we've seen, Kibo always hovers mid. He's been making plenty of ganks, trading his health with Cholulu's health. And again, we've seen Crown roaming mid. I'd like to see Aeon protect Cholulu a bit more. And they've got tools to gank for him. He's on the Annie. He's got Tibbers. You're on the J4 now, Tom. Time for you to really make a difference.
That it is. So, no real unexpected things in loading. Frankly, this is about what would be expected.
Yeah, pretty normal.
As we are soon to be on the Rift.
You have a few more choices of Annie. I mean, Annie can go electrocute. I think
Yes.
yep.
And we are on the Rift. For game number 5 of this finals. Of game number 5 of Division 1 finals. Win this,
Yeah.
and you will be, I guess, revered as a god. I don't know. Bragging rights? Something like that?
Bragging rights. Again, we're seeing point defense, 5-point defense. Really, I think Aeon could have gone for invade with Nautilus Ash, but they're just going with the usual pattern.
Absolutely. As we look to see
Minions have spawned.
exactly what's going to go on in this early game, as Kibo takes a little bit of damage from Trululu. It's a little bit of a fireball to the face. I'd imagine Kibo is already feeling the heat of this game.
Yeah.
So the big question is, where will the first jungle gank be? Where will we see these junglers meet? And who will win out?
I mean, Jarvan is fairly capable of doing a level 2 gank. I just don't see Tom ever choosing that as an option, though. It's too high variance. But, having said that...
You say that, and it looks like Tom is looking to this mid lane onto Luxor. The phase rush has now been procced, and the stun is up for Trululu. Stun comes in, the knockup goes down. Holy damage! First blood goes over to
He
Trululu.
actually did what I thought he should do. I'm surprised. He made a correct adjustment. I'm surprised. I really didn't think he would go for the level 2 gank, but yeah, it's absolutely the right call.
Absolutely. Immediately TP'd back in and stunned up. As we see a bit of a trade in the top side. So I believe that is the first game of this series. The first gank has come out of Aeon and Tom.
Yeah, I think that's the first time Aeon has ganked before CPS.
It is indeed, and what wonders it has done. So Annie already has the Dark Seal, already has 2 stacks on it. Teleport already down for Luxor. There is a TP advantage for Aeon.
No TP, no flash. Ryze is really vulnerable.
Of course, Kibo, not as strong as this Jarvan in the early game. Gekno going relatively low as Kibo comes in for a gank. The shield from Spike is insane. Flash is forced, but the TP is coming in from Trululu. Kill will go down to Spike. Trululu doing everything he can to try and get something in return. Both members of CPS will walk away with their lives.
Yeah, Spike just needs to respect the enemy jungler here. He knows his jungler is going bot side. Just has to play a bit more careful.
That he does. Of course, Trululu doing everything he could to try and get something in return, committing his teleport for it. The teleport was just that little bit too late, and his top laner was dead before he could get there. That now puts us in a position where TP advantage is still with Aeon, because Spike did not TP back to the wave. But Annie does not have her TP anymore, so she is forced out of lane. She's going to
Look at
lose a lot
Lamps.
more.
Lamps is going towards mid.
Kibo also sitting there, waiting, holding on The Crown is here to match as well. It would be a 3v2 if a fight were to break out until Tom is ready to go, which he now is. Crown has found Lamps with the flash stun into flash hook into knockup. Luxor, you don't get to play the game. That's a second kill of the game for Trululu.
Finally, we're seeing Aeon make the correct adjustments to CPS's pattern of play. Because we know that Kibo's gonna hover around mid. We know that Crown's been roaming towards mid. And finally, Aeon are also playing towards their mid laner, giving him the support needed.
Tom, looking to take a trade, is caught and will die. Kibo picks up his second kill of the game. So
yeah, it's unfortunate. When you go for a level 2 gank straight for, you're dying.
Spike taking a lot of damage and being slowed very much so. He will die. Gekno's life will be the forfeit for it, though, as that is a 1-for-1 trade in the top side.
Yeah, it's not bad. He has TP as well, so he won't lose much.
Exactly, and of course Gekno not having TP after that first play. Crown is slowed, does get rooted up, will use the grand entrance away. Force the flash from Apo, though, which is big.
Yeah, we're
However,
the power of this Ashe Nautilus.
Luxor is here. The hook does land. The root comes through. Lamps going very low. The heal comes out from Key, as did the flash. So that's a lot of wasted time for Luxor, in which he gets nothing for it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. However, blowing the summoners of the enemy bot lane might be what keeps his bot lane alive.
It may very well be. We shall have to see as the game progresses. So the first dragon is up. Looks like both teams wish to position for it. As we have said, in 3 of the 4 games so far, first Drake has gone to CPS as Kibo, just in a 1v2 scenario, solo kills Lamps.
It's the same pattern where Kibo goes for a play bot and then rotates the Drake. They've done this the whole series.
4 of the 5 games. Hang on, they're not even going for it. Never mind.
No, they're not going for it, I see.
In which case, 3 of the 5 games, or 3 of the 4 games, CPS have got first dragon. The only game they didn't was that game 2 where they got hard stomped. This game is looking to be no different. Do have the supports hovering around this
this Annie is very, very scary now.
That she is. Crown steps up too far and he will get blown up. Lamps is on the flank. Trululu jumps onto Luxor. Not the target you want to go on. Lamps could not get to them. Crown will use the grand entrance to safety. Meanwhile, CBS pick up the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit lazy of Aeon not to anticipate the Drake control that CPS has had, basically. Getting first Drake throughout the series. And really, if you're not going to go for the Drake or contest it, you should just be going on Ref Herald immediately.
Absolutely. That, or make sure you're catching at least one person out in a position where they can be killed and not when they're miles away from your hook champion. But for now, it looks like we will fall into another lull state as Aeon look to grab the Herald.
Yeah, they did get the Herald. I'd have wanted them to set up around it earlier, but this is early enough.
It works, and that's what matters. So, no objectives on the map for a while. So if we see any kind of gank, it will be of just for pressure more so than anything else. Kayn already has that transformation into Rast. We are 10 minutes into the game. Looks like they're setting up for a play in this bot lane. 3v2, all hiding out of vision. Apo walks up to catch the wave. Lamps not even level 6 yet. Back is stopped by a Mystic Shot from Apo, as Kibo and Crown give up on the play, just decide to go about their business. Tom hovering around this mid lane. Kibo is there now as well, as Trululu manages to get the staff onto Luxor. But Kibo is here, and off of the root, Trululu will lose his life. He is shut down by Luxor. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Gekno and Spike are fighting it out. Spike going very low. So we are seeing CPS exhibit insane control over the map, as per usual.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it looks like they decide they want to go for the dive onto Tom. The Cataclysm doesn't quite land, as his life will... his light will die to Kibo. Meanwhile, Trululu TP's into Kibo. Doesn't quite get the stun off as the Jet Charge comes through, and that's a shutdown going over to the Nautilus, and the hook lands onto Luxor, and Trululu will pick that one up for himself. Blow for blow in this 5th game.
Yeah, we're seeing some interesting kind of symmetries where, you know, mid has this great lead against Ryze, but DPS's jungler Kibo has this great lead against Pyrotom. And it's really going to be about how is Kane going to influence the map, how is Trululu going to influence the map in order to get their team ahead.
Exactly that, and every time we have seen it so far, it's been 50-50. But in this even a game state, I give it to the Kane.
Yeah, I think CPS have done a good job to kind of recover in this game.
At least until anti-heal comes through.
Yeah, CPS are really aiming. Oh. Yeah, both teams vying for trait control.
Yeah. And it looks like it still could go either way, as the Herald will be dropped in this middle lane. Apo is rotating up. Spike looking to try and get some poke up onto Gekno, but it's not quite enough. We will lose a lot of health in this exchange, but a minion will block the Cleaver. The damage is massive. The arrow will land onto Kibo, as the Umbral Trespass will keep him alive for a little bit longer. Gore Drinker as well. Damage coming through is insane, as the entire side of CPS is safe. Meanwhile, Apo has been taken into the death room, will flash to safety, and Spike is not in a position where he can survive. Kibo will take that kill for himself.
Yeah, I mean, Mundo flanked, killed Annie, and then unfortunately Spike got separated from the rest of his team. Now second Drake is going to go to CPS.
That it will indeed. So, we are looking at an Ocean or a Mountain Soul once again. Will be another Mountain Soul. Both times we've had a Mountain Soul so far, CPS have won the game.
CPS have just done a really good job this series, stacking Drakes. They have a clear game plan that they're consistently executing.
Turret plating will fall soon.
So for now, CPS holding a pretty steady lead in this game. 5-1 Kane, 2-1 Mundo. Your rise will scale naturally.
Yeah, I have to say, I think I prefer CPS's comp late game.
So do I. I don't think the Annie or the Ashe scale anywhere near as well as the Rise or the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Ashe and Nautilus really need to get some PvP kills bot lane. They just haven't been able to do it.
That they do, as we see Gekno taking yet another trade onto Spike. Cleaver goes wide and doesn't quite tag. That cleaver hit, we could have seen yet another solo kill. Meanwhile, Crown are still around this mid lane. Herald, second Herald, sorry, is available, and Drake is up in 3 minutes. We could be in a bit of a quiet point of the game. However, I seem to doubt that. I have a feeling there will be a play made relatively soon.
Yeah, everyone's just hovering this mid lane, just being a real point of contention.
As it has, meanwhile, Crown gets popped. And the arrow will land onto Luxor. Beautiful shot. Gamble Trespass has been used, but the hook into the Cataclysm. Luxor will fall. Kibo, very little he can do in the process here, as 2 very quick kills over to the side of Aeon.
Yeah, it was a great hook when he did it again.
I don't know why I stopped talking. The hook landed. Kibo having to flash to safety.
Yeah, Lamp's doing really well. His first hook onto Crown was great reaction, I think. Absolutely
beautiful reaction, and another hook onto Gekno, who does start to go relatively low, tanking up the tower thanks to the Sunfire Aegis. First tower of the game did fall in the bot lane in favor of CPS.
And if you look at the health of the other towers, you'll see that again top favors CPS, mid seems to favor CPS as well. CPS have just, well, mid is pretty close, but Aeon really needs to get a tower.
Or anything other than just to find something. Anything where they can keep themselves in the game. As it stands, you're in a losing position.
Yeah, I mean, the pattern this series has been that Aeon have been on the back foot. And although they had a great level 2 gank from Jarvan, that's continued.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Luxor will duke it out with Spike. Come very close to losing his life. Will lose his life, but Kibo will take Tom on the other side. There's a TP coming in from Trululu. But 3 people manage to take Spike out, and Trululu just has to leave as the arrow goes very, very wide.
Yeah, CPS always just a smidgen fast on the rotation. And it's making a huge difference.
It is indeed making a massive difference. As Gekno managing to do decent work on this bot tier 2. Drake's up in less than a minute. Herald is the focus for now, though, for this CPS squad, as they can probably get away with taking both objectives for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Herald is going to assist them in getting the 3rd Drake.
That it will. Drop that in any lane. And let it be ignored or concede the Drake.
I think one of the big things that you touched on earlier is this Ezreal. And quite frankly, this Ezreal is again shown itself to be a nuisance.
Absolutely. I mean, for the, what, 4th game, I believe he's played it? I can't remember if he played it in game 2 or not.
Yeah, it's just too easy for him.
But yeah, he has got this consistently shown up in this series. It's the hook onto Crown land. The quickness has been used, but he has been locked up. Crown will fall. Tom falling on the backside of the fight. Meanwhile, Trululu trying his best to fight Gekno, but it's not enough. Kibo doing everything he can, but it's also still not enough. Apo and Gekno versus Spike and Lamps, and Spike manages to do absolute work, taking the triple kill and saving the game for now.
Wow, that Mordekaiser. Huge Qs.
Absolutely massive in this team fight, keeping Kibo off of his backline, making sure Apo has to take damage.
Yeah, it was really a split fight where, you know, Apo and Luxor were focusing on Tom, and then, you know, on the other hand, Kibo was keeping Cholulu and Ki busy. Very much
While
a split
Gekno was
fight.
fighting Trululu.
Yeah.
It looks like they gave up the Drake though. We are seeing TPs come in.
Well, we're looking at round 2, I believe.
We are looking at round 2 as Crown misses the grand entrance onto Spike. Is now once again a full 5v5.
Mordekaiser doesn't have ulti this time.
Yes, there is no Death Realm this time. Cataclysm is almost up. The True Shot Barrage is
Whoa.
massive.
That's huge.
And that forces Aeon away from this dragon. This will be Soul Point for CPS. It will be the 3rd time they are on Soul Point for a Mountain Drake. It will be the 3rd time we have a Mountain Soul. And it will be the 3rd game in a row. If they get this next Drake, that CPS secure that Soul. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on in the mid lane. Crown using the quickness on True, trying to survive. Cataclysm doesn't do anything. Gekno still surviving. Crown will fall. Apo running for the life. Running for his life, but the dredge line will connect. Kibo is there to keep him safe for now.
Yeah, this is sloppy from CPS, and they may well give up Baron here. There's no reason to even be close to the enemy team mid lane when the Rice is bot.
They may, but there is a death bush happening as things stand. If Kibo walks in, Kibo will die. If anybody walks in, they will die. As the True Shot Barrage lands onto every single member of Aeon. Very nice call there from CPS to check that bush with the True Shot Barrage, and it actually dissuades the Baron in large part.
Yeah. I wonder if Aeon could have just burst the Baron had they just gone for it from the beginning.
Possibly.
They could rue that choice to have a death bush.
Herald has been dropped in this mid lane.
I mean, we've seen Aeon and CPS go blow for blow, really. I mean, Aeon just trading fine in kills, but when it comes to actually taking objectives, they're really falling behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 3 Drakes to none, 3 towers to 1, 1 Herald to 1. Aeon are not having a good game for objectives, and quite frankly, they're being outfight as well.
Yeah, you've got to wonder how Aeon are making these macro decisions.
Absolutely.
Because they've let CPS carry on with their normal game plan the whole series, basically. You know, game 2 was an exception, but generally CPS have consistently got the first Drake, got the early lead.
That they have, and this game looking to be like the others, where the lead is just a bit too big for the side of Aeon to come back from. The arrow hits onto Gekno, but the passive will keep him fine for now. That's a massive charm from Crown. Meanwhile, Kibo is doing everything he can to spike in the Death Realm, and Ezreal has now joined the fight. Lamps will fall. That's 1 gone already. Annie doing massive, massive damage. Kibo has to flash out of the fight. Gekno doing what he can to keep his team alive. Turns out it's just support for support.
It was a real fiesta, but in the end, only 1 of each member of the teams dropped. And we're seeing Apo do great DPS on his Ezreal, quite frankly.
Absolutely, Apo. Honestly, my player of the series, if they win this. Consistently doing what his team needs him to, every time they need him to do it. Being that rock when things look difficult, because he is playing so well on this Ezreal.
Yep, and Drake's gonna be spawning soon as well, in about a minute, 10 seconds time. That's gonna be the next big fight. It could determine everything.
That it could. Now, We are just seeing setup. TP coming in from Trolulu. Spike making his way through this bot lane. Meanwhile, the AD carry and top laner for TPS is not at the pit yet. Apo has now rejoined his team. The Vision game is about even for now. But we will be seeing a fight, and this fight could determine where the game goes from here.
Ice doesn't have flash in this fight. Very vulnerable to Jarvan, Ashe, and Annie.
Absolutely. On the converse, Jarvan also has no flash, so if he goes in deeper than he would like, he has no way out. As the True Shot Barrage lands onto Key, that's a lot of damage, but the Cataclysm onto Luxor is insane. Meanwhile, Gekno tanking up 2 people on his own. Apo doing all the damage he can. The charm is huge. Flash from Tom is even bigger as Apo looking to lose his life to Spike on the backside, and it's just Kibo left in this fight. Gekno having to run for the hills. Question is, can Kibo actually kill anyone? The Gore Drinker was massive. He takes 1. He may take a second, and this will be Soul for the side of CPS.
Kibo basically just turned that fight on its head. And it was a 4v5, really, because Luxor was taken out so early.
That he was. Gekno pushing down the middle lane, looking to try and break open this inhib tower. Trolulu doing everything he can to stop him. But that will not stop the Kayn from taking the Mountain Dragon. And as I've mentioned earlier, every game that CPS got this Mountain Soul, they went on to win. Once again, you have nobody who can build this Serpent's Fang. Be careful. Baron, the next objective on the map. Elder not up for another 5.5 minutes.
It's difficult to see how Aeon can claw themselves back into this game, really. They've got a lot of single target burst damage, but as we're seeing, these games becoming less and less useful as the game goes on.
Absolutely, as I mentioned earlier, Key and Trolulu will fall off in favor of Luxor and Apo. So, it would seem that this next fight will essentially decide who takes control of the game. 5 towers to 1, 4 dragons to none, 3,000 gold lead, even kills. For all intensive purposes, CPS are in the lead. But these fights, this Annie, she's not letting you get away with it for free.
Aeon really need to look to burst down the Ezreal or the Kayn. I mean, this Kayn is a real problem.
That he is, and Crown also proving to be a nuisance throughout these engages, just forcing people away from his backline. As Tom is sitting on a flank. But will have to retreat into his own jungle as CPS look to start a fight. As Kibo gets a double knock-up into a double grand entrance into a double quickness. That is 2 quick kills over to Luxor already. Apo taking a 3rd on the side of the fight.
Absolutely fantastic engage from Kibo. Total confidence.
Absolutely massive. Tom and Spike, the only people left. This Baron has been started by CPS. Luxor pushing in this top lane. This Baron could spell the end for the side of Aeon Gaming.
Tom looking to make the steal maybe, but warded off.
Looks like he may very well just lose his life. Apo doing major damage. Spike the only one left standing until Lamps gets back on the map.
And I think
knocked up.
This could just be game. Rice is TP.
Crown. The arrow will land onto the Mundo. Crown doing everything he can to stall in the Death Realm. Spike running for his life, wasting a lot of time. Crown, he's running into Luxor. Apo will pick up another kill. And now, a 3 versus 5. Hebo on the side here, looking onto Trululu. Trululu is caught. Trululu is dead. Key also caught out. Key also falling. CPS have had enough of games. They've had enough of Aeon gaming. Lamps is left to defend with Tom in a 2 versus 5. 30 seconds on any other member of Aeon gaming. And it looks like CPS are looking to end the game. Dredgeline is going wide.
He's really
and with
proved me wrong. This Kane has really carried.
that, it did. And with that, Child Protective Services are your Division 1 Valence League champions.
GG, and they were the worthy winners, I think.
That they were. They played tooth and nail throughout every game. It looked bleak after game 3. And they were taken to match point, but they came back fighting. They bit back hard. And with that, they are your champions.
I believe we're going to do interviews next, am I right?
Indeed, we are. We will have the entirety of Child Protective Services joining us for their post-game team interview.
Right, unfortunately I've got some errands to run, so I'm just going to leave all those interviews to Zika. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for joining me. It was an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you.
Yep, thank you. Bye-bye.
Catch you later. So for now, we will wait until CPS are ready for their interview. From there, we'll see what their thoughts are on this series. No problem whatsoever. It's very, very strong performances from Child Protective Services there. Individual players showing very strong, to say the least. That it was. Yeah, it was nice. Yeah. Of course, going to 5 games in a series like this, where it's this tight, is it's each and every player needs to pat themselves on the back. Just waiting on one, I guess. Okie dokie. Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello, hello.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
Look like some difficult games in the middle there,
No,
to say
not
the
really.
least.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, it was.
We had to throw a curveball to make it interesting, right? So we had
Yeah.
to use 2
Imagine
games
us going 3 games. It would be so
Imagine
sad.
3-0 would be
That'd be
way
boring.
too- Yeah.
Did it for the play.
That's fair enough. So I must ask, what was going through your heads after the third game? Genuinely.
The third game, I think we just mental reset. Honestly, we were kind of not on their mental. We were just like not following calls. There was a lot of miscommunication, and I remember just I don't remember who, but like someone was like, "Yo, boys, like, come on, take it seriously. Like, this is our last game together, probably.
I mean,
At least what we can do is just take it on." And then everyone was just doing great shot calling. Like, there was just everyone was on the map really, and everyone was just doing things constantly compared to like the.
I mean,
the more
to be fair,
honest
Kibo
answer,
just
the more,
got.
the more honest answer is the coach and me just flamed the fuck out the whole team. Simple. And we
Understandable.
Got to put people in their place.
Understandable. Kibo just proving he hates randoms in those last 2 games with the cane.
Completely.
Stellar performance, honest to God. And Apo going, what, you got Ezreal 4 out of the 5 games?
Yeah.
And you were as consistent as anybody could have expected you to be on it. Gekno, I don't know if you would have heard, but we were actively asking to see you on a carry champion for one of the games to see if it would help. But you proved us wrong. You proved us wrong. You played tank every game and you made it work. So well played.
Tanks ain't my forte. I'm not playing fucking Champa damage. I'd rather play Mundo.
Fair enough. We saw the Wukong hover and got excited, and then it came to nothing. It made me very upset.
To be fair, they actually the rest of the team wanted Wukong. I wanted Mundo.
The Wukong. Luxor. Interesting series to say the least. The Victor, very good.
Yeah, it's my main man. It's what you expect in it. Like, I don't know. It was a rough 5 games. We start the game stomping them. We go game 2 is just a mess, right? Like
Game 2 was the complete, like, it flipped the script entirely.
Yeah, and then game 3 was like a curveball. We wanted to see if we could cash them out for the list. We did pretty well early game, but then we just kind of fell apart mid game. And then game 4, 5. I mean, game 5 was just the funnest, right? They're literally just hard camping me when my team shit stomping them across the map. It's kind of sad, really. But hey, if that's what they think the win con was, hey, look where I got them, man. A big fat second place, man.
Absolutely massive team fights coming out in the end of game 5 from everybody there. Crown, some of the engages I was seeing on that Rakan, as someone who quite enjoys playing Rakan myself, well played.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so honest to God, very well played today, guys. Is there anything you guys wanted to say, or anybody you wanted to shout out to while you're here?
I do. I think we should definitely shout out Doomby or Fatal. Like, he came in at the start of playoffs and he did kind of make a difference. Like, he's always
definitely
kind of a meme, but like he's made quite a lot of difference when it comes to pick ban.
Keep stroking my ego, boys. It's fine. I'm the most winningest coach in VL.
Hidden MVP, man.
One more. Hey, MVP has to be Kibo, right? Because
Mhm.
it's actually insane. And then, like, I've got to say, right, even though we just beat them, like, Ruben is still probably, if not the best mid laner in that league. Now that he's not playing, it's going to be sad, but he's literally the only mid laner that actually makes you think before you play the game. It's actually kind of insane. So props to him. And lucky that he couldn't carry his team. They were kind of
my props goes to like generally just the entire team. There was some rough patches we went through recently with scrims and like the start of playoffs. We had a little bit of a rough patch, but I feel like at least these couple of days we had at the final, like we really pulled through and we just fucking majorly came back. And I feel like the first game we had just proved that we actually knew what the fuck we were doing and we could win this entire thing.
Just one more person. Like, I know he kind of dipped off late towards the late of the split, but during like the normal season, Stormer did put effort in for us.
Yeah, true.
He
did.
Like, and the thing is, it's like he's new to coaching himself, so let's just not forget that he did have a impact on this.
Okay.
Out of Luxor as well, man. To be fair, like he was smurfing the shot calling, man.
You know what? Honestly, one person for me at least. I want to say, Pyrotom. I hope you get someone to cook for, man.
Yeah, fucking unblock Kibo, man.
Yeah, for real. Why did I get blocked on Twitter?
Fucking shit. Jungle diff.
I was
dickhead.
seeing
Does
this
that, man?
in chat the entire time, and I just chose to ignore it.
Why not
But-
give me recognition, man? Come on.
Yes, very well played to each and every one of you.
Pyro Tom, you should retire. You're too old for this, man. Come on.
Slightly Malden. Slightly Malden.
Blaze, was there anything you wanted to ask before?
Oh, fucking no.
Wait, really? No, okay. Aeon was definitely going to be our hardest one, but I actually had full confidence.
I'll give you a true statement. I got told by a bunch of people in VL that this team was coin flip. This team was never going to win, and we had no chance of doing anything in this split. And we come out and we managed to win it. So honestly, coming into the split, I thought maybe like top 2, top 3, because I always thought that Aeon was just the best team by far. But like, I don't know, maybe they are still the best team, right? Maybe we just turned up on the day, but like, I don't know. It's like I think at the start of the split, for me, especially coming to this team, I got told so many negatives about the players on this team that I thought it was kind of doomed. But like after like a few weeks of scrimming, like I don't know, I had a mindset of like I was gonna win anyways, right? If you can't come into these leagues and not think you're gonna win the league, that would just be pointless. So I think I kind of had a feeling for it, but I don't know if the rest of the team did. But I definitely did have a. Like, it was in the back of my mind that we were going to win, but I knew it was always going to be really hard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. I just kind of want to say, again, I know this is at least probably last split for me and Apo. I mean, definitely Apo. I just want to say, even though we had our ups and downs, I really just enjoyed playing with you guys. I'm so happy that I got the teammates that I got, and that I didn't get the fucking old team, because yeah, I would have lost the finals then, because those 2 people just lost finals as well. So I'm super. I am so happy that I got you guys, and I just want to say that I enjoyed almost every single moment, even though we had our ups and downs. Thank you so much for playing with us.
Oh.
Who? Apple, shut your fucking homophobic ass up.
Whoa!
Yo, you're exposing me, man. Look, guys, calm it.
Well, we found the peacekeeper of the team. Anyway, again, big congratulations to you guys for winning the split. Absolutely stellar performances from everybody today. And thank you for coming on for the interview.
Yeah, Pyro Tom, you're fucking terrible.
Shut up. Kick him from the ring.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out too. See you guys.
Yeah, GG's.
Bye, guys. And with that, we have come to the end of Division 1 Finals. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in today's adventure. I have been Jika, and we did have Doper Student here as well. Blaze, thank you for producing today's stream, as always. Absolutely. And yeah, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to watch this stellar series. For now, I'm going to sign off, and I hope to see you all in the near future. Immediately.